AVS Media Demo.
Dreamscape presents A Most Novel Revenge.
AVS Media Demo.
Narrated by Alison Larkin. One. England,
AVS Media
February
Demo.
1933.
Well, darling, who do you suppose will turn up dead this time?
This sudden and wildly inappropriate question had come from my husband, who didn't bother to take his eyes
AVS
from the
Media
winding,
Demo.
snow-lined road as we drove along, the bright afternoon sunlight glinting off the drifts that lined it on either side. Milo, what a dreadful thing to say. He was, as usual,
AVS
unapologetic.
Media Demo.
You must admit that people have had a habit of turning up dead in your company this past year.
He had a point, though I didn't like to admit it. Over the course of the last several months, I had been involved in 2 murder investigations,
AVS
both of
Media
which had
Demo.
ended with my confronting killers at gunpoint. What was more, I was not altogether certain that our current jaunt to the country would prove entirely without incident. The way this trip had begun, I was worried
AVS
there might
Media
indeed
Demo.
be more trouble. The entire thing had started 2 days ago upon receipt of the Morning Post. I had recognized the violet envelope and scrawling penmanship at once. A letter from my cousin Laurel.
AVS Media
I
Demo.
sliced open the envelope to find a hastily penned note, the contents of which had been overtly mysterious. I didn't want to send a wire as that might call unwanted attention, but consider this just as urgent of a
AVS
summons.
Media
You
Demo.
must come to Lyonsgate at once. I won't tell you why. Perhaps that will entice you. Below this, she had scribbled in a more hasty hand, "Don't let my flippancy persuade you that I am not in earnest. You must come immediately.
AVS
Laurel.
Media Demo.
P.S. Bring Milo if you must." The letter, in and of itself, was not especially unusual. Laurel had a flair for the dramatic, a trait which often manifested
AVS
itself
Media
in her
Demo.
correspondence. This time, however, it was what the letter didn't say that intrigued me. I could think of no conceivable reason why she should have chosen to set foot at Lyonsgate again, not after what had happened there.
AVS Media
7
Demo.
years before, while Laurel was staying as a guest, the manor had been the scene of a tragic accident, the result of a weekend of revelry gone awry. It had caused a scandal that had reverberated throughout the
AVS
country
Media
and
Demo.
affected my cousin deeply. Suffice it to say, the letter had served its purpose, and that was how we had come to be driving toward Shropshire at reckless speeds in Milo's new Aston Martin Le Mans.
AVS Media
The
Demo.
sleek black automobile had been his Christmas gift to himself, and he had insisted on driving us to the country. Markham, our driver, had been, I think, a bit put out by this development as he was anxiously awaiting his time at the wheel.
AVS
Markham
Media
needn't have
Demo.
worried, however, for I was quite sure that the novelty of Milo driving himself would quickly wear off. Luckily, he was still enamoured enough of his vehicle that the allure of long stretches of open road had enticed him into
AVS
agreeing to the
Media
journey.
Demo.
He initially had not been at all keen on going to Lyonsgate. His idea had been to winter in Italy, and I was certain this weekend would prove a poor substitute on several levels.
I really haven't
AVS
the
Media
faintest
Demo.
idea why I agreed to come along,
Milo said, as though following my train of thought.
I've no desire to spend the week at a draughty house in the middle of nowhere with a lot of tiresome people.
My husband was not much of one to
AVS
spend a
Media
quiet
Demo.
weekend in the country. He was, in fact, rather known for his extensive social forays, a trait which had contributed to the near ruin of our marriage only last year. We had come to terms, however, and I had waited with bated
AVS
breath
Media
to see
Demo.
if his reformation would take. Thus far, I had not been disappointed. "I'm sure we shall be back in London before the week is out," I assured him. There's no reason to suppose that there is actually anything amiss. You know how Laurel
AVS
is.
Media Demo.
Yes,
He said, flatly.
what I don't know is why you insist on indulging her.
Laurel's less than enthusiastic invitation to Milo in her letter's postscript was, on the whole, indicative
AVS
of the
Media Demo.
relationship between my cousin and my husband. Milo and Laurel had never been exceptionally fond of one another, though they normally did their best to be civil, with varying results. You must admit it is curious, I
AVS
said.
Media
What on earth
Demo.
could have induced her to go back to Lyonsgate?
It's been, 6 years now? I'm certain the horror has worn off.
7 years. From the way she spoke about it at the time, I was sure she'd never even set foot in Shropshire again.
AVS
If she
Media
doesn't want to
Demo.
be there, I'm not sure why we should. Do you even know Redinald Lyons?
No. While I didn't know the man who would be our host, I certainly knew of him. In fact, most of the country knew the
AVS
name of
Media
Lyons,
Demo.
mainly because of what had taken place at their country home, Lyonsgate, during that fateful weekend in 1925. It was only by happenstance that Laurel had been there. She had never run with a wild set, but she had been
AVS
friends
Media
with Reggie
Demo.
Lyons and his sister Beatrice since they were quite young. Their father and his young wife had both succumbed to influenza while he was still in France, and Reggie had inherited the estate and the care of his sisters upon his return.
AVS Media
It had
Demo.
been something of an adventure for my cousin to be invited to attend a weekend at Lyonsgate, which had become the unofficial headquarters of one of England's premier young social groups after Reggie had fallen in with a woman called Isobel Van Allen.
AVS Media Demo.
The undisputed leader of her clique, Isobel Van Allen, had been something of a legend in her own time. Of humble and mysterious beginnings, she had propelled herself into fashionable society with a winning combination
AVS
of
Media
startling
Demo.
beauty, sharp wit, and a will of iron. By the time she had come into Reggie Lyons' life, she had been several years older than the others in their set, with a worldly allure none of them could resist. She had a great many
AVS
wild
Media
friends,
Demo.
and when Reggie Lyons had become her lover, she had introduced him to them. His estate, Lyonsgate, had begun to host fabulous parties, the details of which made their way into the gossip columns. There had been photographs of
AVS Media
outlandish-themed
Demo.
revels, and rumours of drugs and other illicit conduct had surfaced. They were not, of course, the only group of well-off young people drawn into a spiral of reckless hedonism in the years following the Great War, but the tragedy at Lyonsgate had made them one of the more infamous. The days leading up to that particular event had no doubt seemed to indicate it would be a weekend like any other. But by the time the weekend was over, a young man was dead, and the lives of the others had never been the same. Milo took the next turn entirely too quickly, bringing my attention back to the present. "I'd rather not end up in the ditch, if it's all the same to you," I said, lightly.
Of course not. I wouldn't put the car in jeopardy.
"That's comforting." He shot a smile at me.
Or you either, darling.
"There must be some reason why Laurel has asked me to come so urgently," I said, still preoccupied. "I think it might have something to do with Edwin Green's death." Accounts varied of what had actually occurred that night at Lyonsgate. What was never contested was the fact that on a cold, dark morning after an evening of drunken revels, Edwin Green's body had been found nearly naked on the frozen ground halfway between the summer house and the manor. The inquest had declared it heart failure brought on by hypothermia and a combination of extreme inebriation and a deadly cocktail of drugs, the remnants of which had been found scattered about the summer house. It might always have been seen as an unfortunate accident, the tragic consequences of a life lived too recklessly, had it not been for Isobel Van Allen. While the others had done their best to keep things quiet, she had spoken frequently with the press, alluding to the fact that there was more to the tragedy than met the eye. She had always had an affinity for sensationalism and a gift for words, and she used them to her advantage. 6 months after Edwin Green's death, she had released a novel called The Dead of Winter. It had been touted as nothing more than fiction, but everyone knew the truth, that it was the account of what had happened at Lyonsgate. Everyone who had been there had been drawn quite clearly, with different names, of course, all their vices and secrets brought to life in colourful prose. It wasn't so much the way the book had been done that caused the fuss. What had caused the scandal was that she had insinuated that Edwin Green's death had not been an accidental overdose and hypothermia, as the coroner's inquest had ruled. Instead, she claimed it had been murder on the part of a young man called Bradford Glenn, who had been Edwin Green's rival for the affections of Beatrice Lyons. Bradford had, the book alleged, taken advantage of Edwin Green's condition and purposefully dragged him into the cold to die. No legal measures had ever been taken, of course. There was no proof. But Mr. Glenn had been ruined nonetheless and had disappeared from society. As for Isobel Van Allen, her book had had the opposite effect than she had intended. Though she had made a great deal of money, she had been ostracised and snubbed at every turn by those who enjoyed the book in private, but shunned it publicly as nothing more than vulgar exploitation. Eventually, she had gone off to Kenya. That was the last I had heard of her. Redinald Lyons had shut up Lyonsgate and had gone to live abroad. Beatrice Lyons had married shortly afterward, and the youngest, Lyons' sister, had been sent off to boarding school. Laurel had been greatly troubled by it all, but eventually the matter had gone to the back of all our minds. It was not something one much cared to remember. So, what was it that had brought the Lyonses back to Lyonsgate? And why had Laurel gone there? Why the urgent summons? I wanted to believe it was nothing more than my cousin's overactive imagination, but my instincts told me there was something more to it than that. "It will certainly be interesting to view the scene of such a scandal," I remarked.
"I thought we disliked scandals," he said.
Milo and I had more than our share of scandals in the past. Though he had been behaving beautifully as of late, more than a few indiscretions had been linked to his name since our marriage. "We dislike personal scandals," I corrected. "But the death of Edwin Green has no direct bearing on us."
"As of yet."
He was, as it turns out, correct. I dislike it intensely when he is right. It was early afternoon when we reached Lyonsgate. The entrance to the estate came almost without warning, a gate appearing suddenly to break up the wall of trees that lined the road. Milo screeched nearly to a stop and pulled into the drive. I breathed a sigh of relief that we had reached our destination in one piece. This car moved entirely too quickly for my comfort. Before us, the wrought iron gate was guarded by 2 huge stone lions on massive pillars, their mouths open, teeth barred in what might have been either half-hearted roars or aggressive yawns.
"A bit obvious, perhaps, but I suppose impressive enough,"
Milo noted. I had to agree with him. At least it must have been impressive one time. Now, with dead vines creeping up the rails as though to strangle the weary-looking beasts, it seemed a bit sad somehow. I knew that the Lyons family had not been in residence for many years, but it looked as though upkeep of the estate had not been a priority in their absence. The gates were open wide to reveal a long drive. We pulled through, and once out of the little copse of trees we had the first glimpse of the house. The afternoon sun shone brightly on walls of pale stone. It was impressive, beautiful in a sombre way, yet there was something haunting about it as well. Perhaps it was my imagination, knowing what I did about the history of the house, but it seemed to me that there was something forlorn in its appearance. To the east, In the direction of the village, I could make out the lake and a distant building that was, no doubt, the summer house where Edwin Green had spent his last night. It looked quiet and peaceful in the light of a bright winter afternoon. We pulled up before the house, and Milo came around to open my door. I stepped out of the car onto the gravel drive, looking up at the imposing stone facade. It was not what one would call a welcoming building. It was in the Tudor style, and if I remembered my history of English manners correctly, the main part of the house dated back to that period, with additional wings having been added by subsequent generations. The house had clearly been neglected, and though work had recently been done to refurbish it, an air of desertion still hung about the place. The stones were stained and scarred, at least what was visible of them beneath the tangled profusion of dried ivy. The oriel windows on the lower floors had been cleaned and gleamed brightly in the sunlight, but the higher windows were streaked with dirt and grime. A cold gust of wind blew just then, and I felt what might be termed a foreboding chill. I heard the sound of approaching steps behind us, and we turned to see a woman coming around the house, leading a horse. She was a pretty girl with honey-coloured hair glinting in the afternoon sunlight. She was young, perhaps 22 or 3, and I guessed that she must be the younger Lyons sister. The sun was in her eyes for a moment, but when she stepped into the shadow of the building, she caught sight of us and walked in our direction. "I thought I heard a car," she said. As her eyes adjusted from the glare, she caught sight of Milo and stopped, a flush spreading over her cheeks. "Oh, hello." She looked up at him, dazzled. I had to admit that I sometimes forgot how very handsome Milo was until I observed other women's reactions to meeting him. With his black hair, bright blue eyes, and striking good looks, he always managed to create quite a favourable first impression. All this was supplemented with a winning manner and excessive charm, which made my husband exceptionally popular with the ladies. "Hello," Milo replied. I was gratified that he seemed more interested in the horse than the pretty young woman leading it. "I'm Lucinda Lyons," the young woman said. "Lindy to my friends." She smiled as she said it, and if I was not mistaken, batted her lashes. "How do you do, Miss Lyons? I'm Milo Ames, and this is my wife, Amory." She looked at me for almost the first time, as though she had only just noticed that I was there. "How do you do?" I said, amused. It was not the first time Milo had absorbed all the female attention in the general vicinity. "You're Laurel's cousin, aren't you?" she said, recovering nicely. "I've heard so much about you. I'm very pleased to meet you at last." "And I you. It was kind of your brother to invite us. The house is lovely," I said, looking behind me. "I don't like it at all," she said, without any particular emotion. Her horse shifted its feet impatiently, and she turned to speak soothingly to him. There, Romeo, you mustn't misbehave in front of our guests." "It's a beautiful animal," Milo said, stepping forward to touch the shining chestnut coat. Milo loved horses. I suspected that part of the reason he had agreed to come, other than the opportunity to frighten me to death with hairpin turns, was that he had thought Redinald Lyons would have begun building up the stables at Lyonsgate now that he had returned. Milo liked to be sure that his horses were better than everyone else's. "Oh, here's Henson," Miss Lyons said as the door opened and the butler stepped out onto the portico. "Mr. and Mrs. Ames have arrived, Henson," she called. "Very good, Miss Lucinda." She turned back to us. "He'll see to you. I'll just bring Romeo back to the stables. Lovely meeting both of you." Her eyes were still on Milo as she said this, and it seemed that she had to tear them from his face to begin leading her horse away. "A charming young woman," Milo observed as we walked toward the house. "I expect you to say so because she was properly dazzled by you." "She's practically a child. Practically a child and a child are two very different things, I replied dryly. Henson led us into the house, and a moment later Redinald Lyons came into the entrance hall to greet us. He was not quite what I had expected, not how I remembered Laurel describing him. He had a handsome, ruddy face and was quite tall and a bit heavy-set. He looked the part of a country squire in his tweeds and hunting boots. I didn't see much resemblance to his sister, and I judged him to be perhaps 10 or 12 years older than she was. If I remembered correctly, Lucinda had a different mother than Reggie and Beatrice. Reggie had the same honey-coloured hair as his half-sister, but his eyes were dark brown rather than blue, and there was something troubled about them, a weariness that belied his robust facade.
"Mr. and Mrs. Ames, welcome to Lyonsgate,"
he said in a hearty tone. "Thank you for having us, Mr. Lyons. The house is lovely."
Thank you, thank you. I expect you'll be looking for Laurel, but she's out riding at the moment. Should be back soon enough.
Your sister Lucinda just came back from her ride, I told him. She's a charming young woman.
I was admiring her horse. Milo said, "It's an excellent animal."
Something flickered across Mr. Lyons's face, and then he nodded.
Thank you. I do enjoy horses. I'll give you a tour of the stables later, if you like. I should like it very much indeed. I suppose first you'd like to be shown to your rooms.
Before he could finish his sentence, there was movement on the staircase behind him. A tall, dark, and very beautiful woman descended them to meet us in the entrance hall. I had never met her before, but I recognized her well enough. It was Isobel Van Allen. 2. I was very surprised to see her standing there, especially after the events we had been discussing only this morning. What she was doing here rather than in the wilds of Kenya, I couldn't imagine. She didn't look any older than I remembered her being in all the society photographs, except for perhaps a bit of tightness around her eyes. She was still a stunningly beautiful woman, poised and almost regal, her flawless skin apparently untouched by the scorching rays of the African sun. She was nearly as tall as Milo in her high-heeled shoes, and her slim figure looked as though it had been designed for the French fashions she wore. The scent of her expensive perfume hovered in the air around her as she came toward us. "Mrs. Ames, isn't it? How good of you to come." It was, I thought, something of an odd thing for a woman who was not our hostess to say, but perhaps she was acting as hostess. After all, she and Reggie Lyons had been lovers at one time. It had been my understanding that things had ended badly between them after the incident, but it would not be the first time a shattered romance had been rekindled. I didn't have much time to process this thought, however, before she moved to stand before my husband. Her gaze moved over Milo in an appraising way. "Hello, Milo," she said with a slow smile. "I would say you haven't changed a bit, but that would be untrue. You're even more handsome than I remembered. Your age suits you. I find very few men more handsome at 30 than they were at 20. She held out her hand and Milo took it, her fingers, tipped with blood-red nails, curling around his. "Hello, Isobel. It's been a long time." Milo showed no sign of uneasiness, but he never did. I had been unaware that they had known one another. My husband was full of delightful surprises. She smiled. "Yes, 9 or 10 years at least. Funny how life brings people back around to you again, isn't it? I shall look forward to getting reacquainted." I wondered what exactly their past relationship had been. Both of them being exceptionally good-looking people, I had a fair idea. Milo would have been in his early 20s when they knew each other, and Miss Van Allen perhaps 35, but the rumour was that she had always preferred younger men. Reggie Lyons was himself at least 10 years younger than she. "And I'm delighted to get to know your charming wife." She turned her attention to me then, her dark eyes sweeping over me in an assessing yet not unfriendly manner. "I'm so pleased to meet you, Mrs. Ames," she said. "And I you," I replied, not really meaning a word of it. "You've married a beauty," she said to Milo, her eyes still on me. "Of course it was only natural that you would." "Perhaps Mr. and Mrs. Ames would like to see their rooms," Redinald Lyons said stiffly. There was something odd about his interactions with Miss Van Allen. Some strange sort of tension between them. It wasn't just that he seemed uncomfortable with her rather forward remarks, nor was it jealousy. In fact, it seemed clear to me in that moment that there had not been any rekindling of their romance. It was fairly obvious that he disliked her intensely but was doing his best to hide it. Why, then, had he invited her to Lyonsgate? It was very curious indeed. Milo and I were shown to our adjoining rooms by a maid, and we did not have a private moment to speak about the encounter with Isobel Van Allen. I walked into my bedroom, and my maid, Winelda, who had gone ahead early that morning with the luggage, turned from where she was hanging my dresses in the wardrobe. She smiled brightly when she saw me and came to help me off with my coat. "Oh, hello, madam. I'm ever so glad you've arrived. This house is a bit frightening, isn't it? I feel as though I might be trapped in some sort of fairy castle, with ogres and things lurking about. I didn't much like to be alone here without anyone I know." It would have been a fitting setting for Winelda, as she reminded me of a fairy, pale and petite, with wide eyes and platinum hair. In truth, her actions reminded me a bit of a woodland sprite, the way she flitted from one thing to another. She had become my de facto lady's maid, and I had grown quite fond of her in spite of her flightiness. "It's a charming house, though, isn't it?" I said. "It's old," she replied disparagingly, wrinkling her nose. That was one way of describing the grand Tudor architecture, I supposed. Winelda had become accustomed to the modern conveniences of our London flat, and I very much feared she was becoming a snob. I took off my hat and gloves and looked around. The room was large and very cold, despite the fire burning in the fireplace. I thought I could even detect the whistle of the wind through the casements. The tapestries on the panelled wall were intricate and lovely, but they were not keeping much warmth in the bedroom. However, it was not the first draughty country house I had stayed in, and it would probably not be the last. The furnishings were high-quality antiques that had seen better days. The bed was an enormous thing with intricately carved posts the size of tree trunks. It looked as though it might have dated back to the Tudors as well. The bedding, however, was modern, as was the thick rug on the floor. It seemed the Lyonses had done whatever they could to add a bit of warmth to the room. Nevertheless, there remained something of the impression that the dust covers had been whisked away moments before our arrival. I wondered again what had brought them back to Lyonsgate. If the family had only returned here recently, I thought it strange that they should have wanted guests before the house had been properly prepared. In fact, I somehow felt that Mr. Lyons did not want company at all. He had been cordial in the way of a man who is accustomed to behaving properly, but his enthusiasm had been artificial. This certainly wasn't an ordinary country weekend. Laurel had wanted me to come for reasons that remained to be seen, and Mr. Lyons had no doubt politely acquiesced to her suggestion. If we were not exactly welcome here, I wondered even more why Isobel Van Allen had been invited. After all that had happened, I thought it somewhat strange that she should be welcomed back with open arms to the scene of a tragedy she had attempted to exploit for her own personal gain. Ghosts creeping down the halls in long trailing gowns. But I don't know if they wore trailing gowns, did they? I came back to the present to find Winelda watching me expectantly. I'm not certain about the trains, Winelda, but I don't think you need worry much about ghosts. No, I suppose there are a good many strange people here already. I think it would be a shame to have ghosts as well. I was about to respond to this curious comment when there was a perfunctory tap on the door and Milo entered from the adjoining room.
Rather a draughty old place, isn't it?
He said, casting his eyes about my room.
Your room or mine, darling. I don't intend to sleep in a cold bed alone. I shall need you for warmth.
I'll just go see to something, shall I, madam? Winelda said, hurrying from the room. You shouldn't say such things in front of Winelda, I told Milo with a smile. You know she is easily shocked.
I don't see why she should be.
He came to me and pulled me against him.
I should think she'd be accustomed to my wanton behaviour at this point.
I looked up at him, taking the opportunity to address what was really on my mind. While we're on the subject of wanton behaviour, I wasn't aware you knew Isobel Van Allen.
Oh, didn't I mention it?
His face was the picture of perfect ease, and his arms around my waist didn't loosen in the slightest. No, I said, you didn't.
Well, I didn't know her very well.
How well? I questioned pointedly, looking up at him. I might as well know the worst of it. He met my gaze without reservation.
I was not among her coterie of young lovers, if that's what you mean.
Well, that was direct enough. She seemed to harbour quite fond memories of you, I said.
She is perhaps remembering things differently from the way they were.
I felt certain he was telling the truth. After all, we had not known one another at the time. There would be no reason for him to conceal it. I was perfectly aware that there had been women before me. She's very beautiful, I said.
I suppose, though her type has never appealed to me. Beneath her affected elegance, I found her a bit gauche.
You surprise me. Whatever else she may be, I think she's a very elegant woman. He shrugged.
It's a very well-maintained facade, I'll grant you, but veneers were thin. In any event, you needn't be concerned. I'm too old for her.
I laughed. I'm not concerned. He dropped a kiss on my lips, and then I stepped back from his embrace. It's very odd, though, isn't it? I said, her being here, I mean. After what happened, I should have thought you would be the last person that Redinald Lyons would have invited to Lyonsgate.
They're not fond of one another,
Milo said. So he had noticed it too. No, I said vaguely. I wonder if anyone else has been invited. There was a sharp rapping on the door, and a moment later it was flung open, and my cousin Laurel came into the room. She wore her riding clothes, her face still flushed from the cold, her golden hair wind-blown.
Amory, darling, I knew you'd come.
She brushed a kiss across my cheek and spared a glance at my husband.
Hello, Milo.
Laurel, he acknowledged with an equal lack of enthusiasm.
How was your trip? She asked me. Did you take the train?
No, Milo drove us in his new car. Her brows rose, a hint of mockery glinting in her brown eyes.
Did he? How very bourgeois of him. I'll just give the two of you time to catch up, shall I?
Milo said.
Lyons said he'd show me the stables.
Yes, of course. I knew Milo would much prefer to spend his afternoon with the horses than with Laurel and me. He left and I turned to my cousin. There was so much I wanted to ask her. I was not even sure where to start. She spared me the trouble by bursting at once into a somewhat confusing speech.
The rooms are a bit draughty, aren't they? Mine is just down the hall. All the guest rooms are in this wing, I think. Oh, Amory, I'm so glad you've come. I should have hated to come back here without you.
But how did you come to be here, Laurel? I asked. You said you were going to visit your parents. Oh, I did, she said. Mother sends her love and says you are to come and see her. In any event, Reggie had happened to send me a letter.
It was quite a coincidence that I happened to be at home when he sent it. He didn't have my address, of course, and sent it to Piermont.
Piermont was the home of Laurel's parents, and I had spent many happy summers there as a child. Laurel's mother was the sister of my father. We had grown up very much like sisters, neither of us having any siblings.
"What did the letter say?" I asked. "That's just it. It didn't say much of anything. Reggie asked me to come to Lyonsgate as soon as possible. I haven't seen or heard from him in years, but there was something about the letter that gave me pause."
She hesitated, a worried expression crossing her normally cheerful face.
"There's something wrong in all of this, but I don't know what."
"Perhaps you had better start from the beginning," I said patiently. My cousin was my closest friend and confidant, but she did enjoy making an event out of the ordinary. I might have been inclined to believe all of this was a figment of her imagination had I not sensed for myself that something was amiss at Lyonsgate. There was just too much that did not seem right. She dropped down on the bed.
"It's all so strange. I knew at once that you must come and untangle it all."
"Your confidence in me is flattering," I said wryly, "but I really don't know what business I have coming here. I don't even know Mr. Lyons, and after all these years away from Lyonsgate, I don't see why he should want strangers crowding up the place. I should think he would like some time to set the house in order."
"I doubt he will remain here long," she said. "He's anxious and uneasy. He goes for long solitary walks in the morning and always comes back with a troubled expression. I don't think coming back to Lyonsgate was his idea."
"What do you mean?"
"I think it all has something to do with Isobel. I didn't like to ask him, but I've rather had the feeling that she somehow convinced him to come back."
That explained the impression I had had that Isobel was our hostess. This weekend was, in essence, her event. "But why should he do as she asked after what happened?" I mused.
"That's just it," she said solemnly. "It doesn't make sense, and that's what worries me."
"I didn't detect any romantic feeling between them today," I said. She shook her head.
"No, all that ended long ago. He was mad about her at one time, of course. It seemed that all the men were. We used to say she must be a witch, the way she could put any man under her spell. That was what happened to Reggie. He was always the sweetest thing. I never would have imagined, well, never mind that. Suffice it to say, he was very much in love with her. I think he would have done anything she asked."
I couldn't help but wonder what my cousin's feelings for Redinald Lyons had been at the time. We had always confided in one another, and she had claimed that she had only viewed Mr. Lyons as a friend, but it had often seemed to me that there was something more than friendship in her voice when she spoke about him.
"But something happened between them," she went on, "even before the incident. They were cold toward one another that weekend, and we all wondered if things were coming to an end. I thought perhaps Isobel had found someone else. She was very fickle in her affections. Then, when it all happened and she wrote that dreadful book, I think he might have killed her if he wasn't so broken up about all of it. And after what happened to poor Bradford Glen?" I asked, remembering the young man Isobel Van Allen had accused of murder through her fictional account of the incident. "What happened to him?" Laurel looked surprised. "You don't know?"
"No."
"Of course," she said. "I'd forgotten. It was during your wedding trip. Shortly after the book was published, insinuating those dreadful things about him, he killed himself." "How dreadful!" I whispered, truly horrified.
It was clear to me now why Isobel Van Allen had been forced to leave the country in the wake of such a scandal. A life had been tragically lost at Lyonsgate, but many more had been torn apart by her exploitation of the incident.
"It was awful," Laurel agreed. "I almost declined to come when I received his letter, but I felt that I couldn't deny him. Not if he needed me. Imagine my horror upon arriving to find that he had invited her. And that's not all. He's invited all of them. All of whom? All of the people who were there that cursed night.
I felt something like a chill at the words. It was the same sense of foreboding I had had standing outside, looking up at the grey walls of Lyonsgate. I was not at all superstitious, but I did wish that the uneasiness I felt would dissipate. Why on earth would he do that? Already my brain was turning over the possibilities, none of them pleasant. I don't know, and that's why I wanted you to come at once. When I found out she was here, that they would all be here, I didn't know how to explain it, but I had a feeling. Something ghastly is going to happen, Amory. As much as I wanted to discount my cousin's presentiment, I could not. I felt the same way myself. 3. I had done my best to quiet my cousin's fears, but I could not shake my own unease. I tried to put my dismal thoughts aside as Laurel went along to her room to bathe and dress before dinner. I needed to freshen up, but first I went to the wardrobe to begin choosing something to wear to dinner. I hoped Winelda had packed an evening gown that would provide at least a modicum of warmth in what was sure to be a draughty dining room. I was engrossed in the task and barely took notice of the tap at my door. "Hello," said a voice behind me. I turned to see a gentleman standing in the doorway. It was a bit startling, having been talking about ghosts, to see the pale face looking at me from the dimness of the hallway. Apparently Laurel had not closed the door tightly, and it had drifted open. The gentleman in question, however, did not look much like a ghost. In fact, he rather reminded me of a statue of Apollo, with his classic features and golden curls. Curiously intent eyes, so pale a blue as to seem almost colourless, were looking me over in a matter-of-fact way. It was quite a thorough examination, but somehow I didn't feel as though he were being rude, even if it was unusual for this strange gentleman to introduce himself to me on the threshold of my bedroom. "Hello," I replied, more to break the silence than for any real desire to start up a conversation. There was something vaguely familiar about the man, but I couldn't place him. I was quite certain we had never met before, but I felt that I had definitely seen that face. It was the sort of face that one remembered. "I'm Gareth Winters," he said. Of course, the artist. I had seen his paintings in the homes of some of my friends. I remembered now, too, that he had been a part of that group that had been here the night that Edwin Green had died. There had been a period before the death of Mr. Green when Mr. Winters's paintings had been very much in vogue, and he was generally considered to possess a good deal of talent. His portraits had been especially sought after, and I knew women who had sat for him, all of them commenting on his golden good looks. But there had not been much art since the tragedy. Occasionally a piece had come up for auction, but his name was not often mentioned in artistic circles these days. I remembered one of my friends telling me that his paintings had lost much of their fire since the Lyonsgate scandal. "How do you do, Mr. Winters?" I said. "I'm Amory Ames." "Amory Ames." He said it slowly and quietly, almost to himself, as though contemplating it. I wondered if he was trying to recall if we had ever met. "You're a guest of Reggie's, I suppose." We were all guests of Reggie's, but I didn't like to point this out. "Yes, my husband and I came at his invitation." "It's going to be a very unpleasant stay, I should think," he said, his tone giving no indication of what he meant by that remark. I didn't quite know how to respond to this. Though I had felt very much the same way, it was interesting to hear this opinion from a stranger. "Do you think so?" I asked lightly. Lyonsgate is quite prettily situated.
No one wants to be here, of course, but there is no telling what that woman has in store for all of us.
I knew at once that he meant Isobel Van Allen. I was about to ask him just what he meant, but he said suddenly,
I must be off. I trust I'll see you at dinner, Mrs. Ames.
He wandered away, and I stared for a moment at the empty doorway, thinking of what he had said. None of them wanted to return to Lyonsgate, yet they had all come. I wondered what it was that had drawn them back. One thing was certain. If all of Reggie's guests were as interesting as Gareth Winter's, this was going to be an eventful dinner party indeed. I was glad when it was finally time to go down for dinner. It seemed the entire afternoon had been building to a climax, and I would be glad to see for myself just how things stood. Perhaps nothing would happen tonight at all, but I felt somehow that observing the others together would give me some hint as to how to proceed. Milo came into my bedroom from his just as Winelda finished doing up my gown. I turned to him, struck, as I always was, by how handsome he looked in his evening clothes. "How did you find the Lyonsgate stables?" I asked.
They've only a few horses here, but they're fine animals. Not as fine as mine, of course.
I smiled. Of course. His eyes ran the length of me.
You look lovely, as always.
Thank you. The garnet-covered velvet gown was one of the heaviest of the gowns I had brought with me, though I suspected the usefulness of the thick fabric and long sleeves would be offset by the low-cut back.
Are you ready to go down?
He asked. Yes, nearly. I picked up my bracelet of rubies, diamonds, and onyx, and looked over my shoulder to see that Winelda had disappeared from the room. I wrapped the bracelet around my wrist and attempted to fasten it with my free hand.
Shall I?
He asked. Yes, thank you. I extended my wrist and looked up at him as he bent over it to fasten the clasp. Milo, Laurel says Mr. Lyons has invited all the guests who were here on the night that Edwin Green died.
Has he?
He asked, straightening. Yes, and we believe it has something to do with Isabel's return from Africa.
Quite possibly, he agreed. It does not have the makings of a particularly happy reunion.
I'm afraid something dreadful is going to occur at dinner.
There's only one way to find out.
He smiled and offered me his arm.
Shall we?
I took his arm and we went out into the hallway. There were electric lights, but it seemed that not all of them were working, for the hallway was rather dark, save for the occasional pool of dim yellow light cast by one of the properly functioning bulbs in sconces. There was also a chill breeze coming from somewhere. I shivered and pressed closer to my husband.
It's quite a pile of a house, isn't it? He said. You'd think Lyons would have had it cared for in his absence.
Such a critical sentiment was uncommon coming from my husband, yet not exactly surprising. Milo made sure that Thorncrest, our country house, was kept in beautiful form. He had inherited it from his father, and I sometimes thought it was the one thing in life that he really took seriously. Laurel said she didn't think he meant to come back at all. She thinks his return has something to do with Isobel. We made our way down the staircase, arm in arm. It was perhaps not fashionable for a woman to cling to her husband, but it was so very cold that I wanted to be as near him as possible. I did relax my hold on him as we reached the drawing room. Lucinda Lyons rose from her chair and walked toward us at once. "Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Ames," she said, looking only at Mr. Ames. He had certainly gained himself an admirer.
"Good evening, Miss Lyons," he replied. "You're looking very lovely this evening."
She flushed. "Thank you." Redinald Lyons came toward us, the same air of unsettled distraction hovering over him. He was not, I thought, very adept at hiding his feelings, though he was clearly making a valiant effort to try.
Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Ames, he said, a bit too enthusiastically. Let me introduce you to my sister, Beatrice Klein. Her husband is out of the country on business, so he was unable to join us.
Beatrice Lyons Klein was a pretty woman with the same smooth features as her brother. Her hair, in contrast to Reggie's and Lucinda's, was dark brown, and she wore it very short. Like her brother, she appeared a bit uneasy, but she concealed it better than he did. "How do you do?" she said politely, but without enthusiasm. Her gaze was cool and watchful. She appeared completely at ease, but I noticed the way her gaze moved continually to the drawing-room door. I thought the same thing must be on all our minds. We were all wondering just what it was that Isobel Van Allen had in store for us this evening. Reggie Lyons next introduced us to Gareth Winters, who made no mention of having introduced himself to me in my bedroom that afternoon. He too seemed distracted, but not at all uneasy. He gave the impression that his mind was otherwise engaged by more important things than a room full of mere mortals. A few moments later, the curtain came up on the evening's entertainment.
"I do hope I'm not late," came the voice from the doorway.
It was Isobel Van Allen. She stood for a moment outlined against the shadowy darkness of the hall behind her until she had all of our attention. Then she made her entrance into the room, wearing an evening gown of black satin with a dangerously plunging neckline.
"Not at all," Reggie said, with a tight smile. "I've been introducing Mr. and Mrs. Ames to everyone."
"Charming group, isn't it?" she said, walking slowly toward us. I couldn't help but think she looked rather like a cat on the prowl. But of course not everyone's here yet. "Oh, will there be others joining us?" I questioned casually.
"One more couple," Redinald Lyons said. "Philip and Frida Collins. They meant to arrive today, but their child was taken ill and Mrs. Collins didn't want to leave her. They'll arrive sometime tomorrow."
"Splendid. Then our little party will be complete," Isobel said, with a slow smile, her eyes on Reggie. He refused to meet her gaze, his jaw set. There was another movement in the doorway, and we all turned to look. "Ah, there you are, Desmond," Isobel said. She stretched out her hand to him, and he came toward it as if by unspoken command. He, I was quite certain, had not been at the scene of the original tragedy. He was much too young. Strikingly handsome, with black hair and eyes the colour of warm honey, he was deeply tanned, despite the fact that it was the middle of winter. I wondered if he had come from Kenya with Miss Van Allen. Of course, Milo somehow managed to maintain his glowing complexion all year round, so this theory was not necessarily a sound one. It turned out, however, that my guess had been correct. "This is Desmond Roberts, my secretary," she said with a smile that plainly announced he was much more than that. Whatever else she might be, there was no subtleness about Isobel Van Allen. "He's been with me for over a year now."
"How do you do?"
he said, his smile revealing very white teeth. Up close, he was even younger than I had supposed. I should have been very much surprised to find that he was older than 23 or 24, at least 2 decades younger than Miss Van Allen. It seemed that she was consistent in her preferences. I wondered idly if he actually did any secretarial work. I found it hard to picture him sitting at a typewriter as she dictated. "I write romance novels under an assumed name, and Desmond has been invaluable to me in my work," she went on, running a hand along his arm. "He's found innumerable ways to inspire me." Milo's gaze caught mine, and his brows rose ever so slightly. Dinner was announced just then, which spared us any additional awkwardness. The dining room looked as though it had not much changed in the last 500 years. It was a long, dark room with high wood-beamed ceilings, and a wooden table ran almost the length of the room. An enormous stone fireplace, carved with the lion's crest and complete with a stag's head and battle-axes hanging above it, dominated one wall. I was glad to see there was a fire roaring in it, and even gladder to find that my seat put my back toward the heat, for my evening gown was indeed proving it had not been designed with warmth as its primary objective. The food was very good, and our conversation, though superficial, was pleasant enough. For all our politeness, however, I could sense something much less civilized beneath the surface. The tension was high, and nearly everyone looked vaguely ill at ease, everyone excepting Isobel Van Allen. She looked pale and lovely in dim light. She sat beside Redinald Lyons, but I had not seen them speak a word to each other all evening. Nevertheless, I felt that despite the fact that she was a guest here, she seemed to be holding court. There was the look in her eye, the self-satisfied countenance of a woman who was pleased to know something that no one else knew. I wondered when she would choose to let the rest of us know her secret. As it turned out, she waited until dessert. A lovely trifle had just been set before us, but she did not give us time to enjoy it. "I did hope to wait until we were all together," she said suddenly, taking advantage of a momentary lull in conversation to make herself heard, "but since Frida and Philip have been delayed, I suppose I shall tell you without them. I have some news." Her words had a startling effect. Though there was nothing inherently worrisome in her statement, I saw a shadow cross Redinald Lyons's face, and it felt as if everyone had gone completely still. She paused for a moment, perhaps to revel in the atmosphere of palpable dismay, before she continued. "We needn't hide the fact that there was a lot of unpleasantness when I published The Dead of Winter." "Unpleasantness," Beatrice Klein said in a cold voice. "Is that what you call our ruin, and Bradford's death?" "I merely told the truth as I saw it. The consequences were not my fault." "Not your fault," Beatrice spat out. She had gone pale, her eyes bright with some mixture of fury and grief. Whatever she professed about her feelings for him, she had not taken Bradford Glen's suicide lightly. "It was all your fault from the beginning. It should have been you who died." Isobel gave a low laugh, her dark eyes shining. "And now the claws are out. You always were the honest one, Beatrice. No pretences. It's so much better that way, don't you agree?" No one said anything. It seemed everyone but Beatrice had been stunned into silence. I glanced at Redinald Lyons. He was clenching his teeth, his face white. A smile played on Isobel's lips as her eyes moved around the table. I could fairly feel the exhilaration emanating from her. She was enjoying this, every moment of it. "Now, when we're being so honest with one another, seems like the perfect time to make my announcement. There were a great many secrets revealed in that book, but there was more to the story than even I knew at the time. There has since been information that has come to light that I was saving until the time was right, and now it is." She paused, letting her words hang in the air before delivering the coup de grace. "I've decided to write a second volume." 4. There was a moment of absolute silence. Even the logs on the hearth seemed to have ceased to crackle, before Redinald Lyons swore loudly and sprang from his seat, his chair crashing to the floor. "You can't do this, Isobel." "But I am doing it, Reggie." "I won't allow it," he said through his teeth. Isobel laughed, a low, throaty laugh, but her eyes were suddenly hard. "I don't think you're in any position to prevent it." His face went scarlet, and I feared for a moment he would suffer a fit of apoplexy. It was then that Beatrice's cold voice rang out in the silence. "Just what is it that you think you know?" Isobel's eyes locked on hers. Hatred fairly crackled in the air between them. "Are you sure you want me to speak so openly, Beatrice?" Beatrice's gaze did not waver, nor did she answer. Isobel allowed the silence to fall as she took a slow bite of trifle, letting the question hang in the air for a long moment. I could hear Redinald Lyons breathing from across the table. I wished I could see Milo, but he was seated on my side of the table, and I couldn't turn without being obvious. Laurel, too, was seated where I couldn't see her. I wondered desperately what both of them were thinking. "Why gather us all together like this?" my cousin asked. Though I couldn't see her, I could detect the distress in her tone. "Why not just write your book and be done with it?" It was the very thing that I had been wondering. "Because I need you," Isobel said. Redinald Lyons gave a strangled laugh. "What makes you think we're going to do anything to help you?" It was the first time Gareth Winters had spoken. There was no anger in his voice. He sounded almost as though he had no particular interest in her answer. Isobel looked at him, a smile touching her lips. "Beautiful Gareth, always so far removed from everything. You'd like to help me, wouldn't you, for old time's sake?" He said nothing. Isobel's gaze left him, and the softness dropped from it. "I think you will all come to see my point," she said, "in time. And now I think I've said as much as I care to for one night." With that, she rose gracefully from her chair, the men rising automatically with her, save Redinald Lyons, whose chair still lay on the floor at his feet. He was leaning heavily against the table, and I hoped that his legs would hold him. "I think I'll just go back to my room now," Isobel said, casting a sweeping glance around the table. "I have some writing to do. I intend to finish the book within the month. I have the feeling it will be quite the sensation." She was halfway to the door when Reggie spoke. "I'll kill you first." The words were barely a whisper, but were perfectly audible in the dead stillness of the room. In response to this threat, Isobel looked over her shoulder at him and clicked her tongue. "Shame, Reggie, in front of your guests." And then she was gone, and it felt rather as though all of the air had gone out of the room with her. We were all quiet for a moment, sitting in something of a stunned silence. "If you'll all excuse me," Reggie said suddenly. He turned and strode from the room, and still no one spoke. I think we were all in a bit of shock. I could not, in all my many years of society dinners, remember anything remotely as dramatic occurring at the dinner table. It was Beatrice who marshalled her poise first. "That was unpleasant," she said in a profound understatement. Her gaze caught mine. "Allow me to apologize, Mr. and Mrs. Ames. I'm sure that was terribly embarrassing for you." "There's no need to apologize," I said. It was not, after all, she who had orchestrated the climactic scene. "Nevertheless, Reggie must have known something like this was going to happen. He shouldn't have invited you if he planned to have that woman here." She turned to Desmond Roberts, Isobel's young secretary. I had almost forgotten that he was at the table. "I should apologize to you as well, Mr. Roberts," she said, neatly avoiding actually doing so. "Isobel can be quite provoking," he said without any great emotion. I suspected this was awkward for him as well, though it was also possible he was under orders to remain at the dinner table and observe our reactions to her grand announcement. "Perhaps I had better go and see to Reggie," Beatrice said, pushing aside her untouched dessert. "Coffee will be served in the drawing room. I'll join you there shortly." I met Milo's gaze as we moved toward the drawing room, but it was, as usual, difficult to tell what he was thinking. I doubted he had been much moved by the scene. He was terribly difficult to shock. I thought if Reggie had stabbed Isobel with a dinner knife, it might possibly have elicited some slight surprise. My cousin's countenance was a bit more voluble. Her eyes were wide, and she was pale as she caught my arm as the others went ahead of us into the drawing-room. "This is just the sort of thing I was afraid would happen," she whispered. "Reggie, did you see his face, Amory? I was afraid he would—" Her voice trailed off, leaving me wondering whether she feared for his health or what he might do to Miss Van Allen. "What could she possibly have to put into another book?" I asked. I had never pressured my cousin for details about the tragedy at Lyonsgate. I had sensed it was something that she didn't wish to discuss. Now, however, it seemed imperative to know just what had happened at the time of Mr. Green's death. Apparently there were more secrets to be exposed. Isobel Van Allen's new book had the potential to wreak just as much social havoc as the first had done. "I don't know," she said. "There were a lot of dreadful things happening that I wasn't aware of at the time. It could be anything." This was not encouraging, but we couldn't very well stand in the hallway all evening discussing the grim possibilities. "We'll talk more about it later," I told her. She nodded and we went into the drawing-room. The mood was subdued, to say the least, but the others had begun to sip their coffee and attempt light conversation. Laurel took a seat near Gareth Winters. He had remained outwardly unmoved throughout Isobel's performance, but I wondered what his inner thoughts on the matter might be. Presumably he was just as opposed to the idea as the rest of the guests were. I was not surprised to see Lucinda Lyons had seated herself near Milo. She had appeared a bit shaken as we left the drawing-room, but I was sure Milo would quickly set her at ease. I was glad of it. I expected the young woman felt a bit alone, her brother and sister having decamped and left her in a room full of strangers. I thought perhaps Desmond Roberts felt the same way. He sat alone on a settee near the fire, sipping his coffee with every appearance of indifference, yet I suspected the air of confidence with which he carried himself was superficial. I had noticed that, when he thought people weren't looking, a very lost expression had flickered momentarily across his face. I wondered how it was that he had fallen into Miss Van Allen's clutches. There was, I supposed, something flattering to the male ego at having captured the attention of so exotic a woman as Isobel Van Allen. That she was 20 years his senior did not seem to be a consideration. She was, after all, very beautiful, and I assumed quite rich. But perhaps I was being cynical. Perhaps they truly cared for each other. It was not outside the realm of possibility. My instinct told me, however, that it was not a love match. Well, whatever his reasons, it was none of my business. He was an adult, and there was absolutely no reason that he could not do just as he pleased. That didn't mean, of course, that I couldn't try to befriend him. "It seems we are both outsiders here, Mr. Roberts," I said as I approached. He appeared to have been lost in thought and hurried to rise. "Please don't get up." I took a seat near him and accepted a demi-tasse from Henson, the butler.
"I'm afraid it's not just in this room, Mrs. Ames," Mr. Roberts said as Henson moved away. "I'm rather an outsider in this country."
"Have you lived in Kenya long?"
"Nearly my entire life. I don't have many memories of England. Mainly cold, grey mornings and unending rain. This visit has done little to change the picture in my mind."
I smiled. "Yes, I can imagine it's not what you're accustomed to. Perhaps winter was not the best time to make a return."
"I had very little say in the matter."
He took a sip of his coffee. The glass dwarfed in his long brown fingers. His nails were manicured, I noticed, and his cufflinks were gold. It seemed that Miss Van Allen kept him well maintained. It was not a very nice thing to think, but the thought had come unbidden. Do you expect to stay long? I asked, not entirely without ulterior motive. If I meant to do all I could to calm the troubled waters here at Lyonsgate, it didn't hurt to gather information in the form of polite conversation. I may never go back. His answer was automatic, and he was gazing across the room with the unseeing look of a man lost in his own thoughts. Within a moment he seemed to recall where he was, however, and turned to me with an easy smile. Then again I may be back within a fortnight. One never knows, does one? No, I replied. I suppose not. Fully self-possessed once again, he began to tell me about life in Africa. He spoke with some animation of his homeland, and I found myself liking the young man and hoping that whatever troubles he was hiding beneath the surface would not distress him for long. At last I excused myself and made my way toward Milo and his young admirer. Lucinda was laughing delightedly at something he had said, the troubles at dinner apparently forgotten. She turned to me with a bright smile as I approached, and Milo rose from the sofa. "Oh, Mrs. Ames, your husband is so amusing." "Yes, isn't he?" I agreed. Milo was almost invariably charming. It came to him naturally, but when he put extra effort into it, the effect was remarkable. Lucinda was practically glowing under his attentions. "He has been telling me about his horse, Xerxes," Lucinda said. "Such fun! I do adore high spirits and glossy black hair." "Yes, he's quite a lovely thing," I said, no longer certain if we were speaking of Milo or the horse. "Mr. Ames has told me the most delightful stories," she said. She hesitated for a brief moment and then added, "It's nice to laugh after that unpleasantness at dinner." "It does seem the mood has lifted since Miss Van Allen excused herself," I said lightly. "She's a dreadful woman, isn't she?" Lucinda said without much feeling, as though she thought it was what was expected of her, "but she's very beautiful." I could not disagree with either assessment. "And her gowns are
AVS
lovely."
Media Demo.
I wouldn't have thought she'd be much of a one for stylish clothes, having lived in the wilderness for so long, but all her things are the height of fashion. "I suspect she made a stop in Paris," I said. "She seems to have adapted quite easily to European
AVS
life.
Media
I'm
Demo.
not sure the same can be said for Mr. Roberts. Not only is he in a strange country, but the conversation at dinner can't have been pleasant for him." "No, I suppose not." Lucinda looked across the room at the young man in question.
AVS Media
Each other,
Demo.
really. He's much too young for her. I find older men much more interesting. Her gaze flickered momentarily to Milo as she said this. "In any event, perhaps I should go and speak to him since Reggie isn't here to host."
AVS Media
"That would be
Demo.
nice of you." She was young and quite pretty, and I couldn't help but think it would be much preferable for her to lavish her attentions on an unmarried gentleman of her own age rather than my husband. I really was being unbearably snide.
AVS Media Demo.
She rose, smoothing out her skirt. "I'll just go keep him company for a while, if you'll excuse me." I took Lucinda's vacant seat on the sofa, and Milo sat close beside me. "Come to rescue me, darling." "She's not the
AVS
first of your
Media
admirers
Demo.
I've had to chase away," I replied with a smile. "Really, though, I'm glad you diverted her. I imagine all of this has been rather difficult for her." "I'd wager she's been a bit neglected." "Yes. I doubt her brother and sister have had much time
AVS
for her
Media
since they
Demo.
returned to Lyonsgate."
I'm sure she shall be excessively diverted by Isabel's dashing amanuenses.
One could hope. I hadn't come to discuss Lucinda, however. What I really
AVS
wanted
Media
to do was
Demo.
speak to him about what had occurred at dinner, but we did not have the chance. Reggie and Beatrice came back into the room just then. "Forgive us our absence," said Beatrice, who appeared completely unruffled by the events of the
AVS
evening.
Media
"Has everyone
Demo.
had their coffee?" Conversation resumed its normal course as everyone attempted to pretend that the night had not had any impact upon them. I glanced at Reggie. He stood at his sister's side, looking as though he could use a
AVS
drink.
Media Demo.
I was not apparently the only one to think so, for Henson came almost at once with a glass upon a tray, the contents of which were not the strong coffee we had been drinking. "Let's play a rubber of bridge, shall we?" Laurel suggested
AVS Media
suddenly.
Demo.
She was looking at Reggie as she said it. "Oh, I don't think," he began. "Oh, do partner with me, Reggie. We always play so well together." He hesitated for only a moment. "Very well. Beatrice."
AVS Media
thank you, Laurel.
Demo.
She took a seat by the fire and lit a cigarette. "Mr. Roberts and I will play," Lucinda said. She looked at Mr. Roberts expectantly, and he nodded his agreement. The players moved to a table in the
AVS
corner,
Media
and
Demo.
Gareth Winters wandered over to where we sat. "I'm glad to have escaped that," he said. "I don't care for the game." Somehow I didn't find this surprising. Mr. Winters didn't seem as though he would enjoy maintaining the concentration
AVS
required to
Media
follow the
Demo.
bidding. "I'm afraid my heart wouldn't be in it this evening," I admitted. "It seems you were right this afternoon when you said things were bound to get unpleasant." He smiled that vague smile of his.
AVS
"I'm
Media
afraid the
Demo.
worst is yet to come." Unfortunately, I couldn't disagree. As soon as politely possible, I made my excuses and retreated to my room, leaving Milo and Mr. Winters to have a drink
AVS
together.
Media
It
Demo.
had certainly been an eventful evening, and I was very tired. Winelda was sitting in a chair which she had dragged perilously close to the fire and reading a book. She set it aside and sprang to her feet when I came into the room.
AVS Media
madam,"
Demo.
she said with great enthusiasm. "Is it true? Was there really a lot of shouting and threatening at dinner?" I never ceased to be amazed at the rate at which news travelled through the domestic staff. Winelda in
AVS
particular
Media
seemed to
Demo.
be an absolute magnet for gossip. She must have made fast friends with some of the maids. There was a bit of unpleasantness, I admitted. "I'm afraid the people here are not the greatest of friends." "I do hope you'll tell me all about it," she said
AVS
as she
Media
moved
Demo.
to unfasten my dress. "It's rather a long story." "I don't mind, madam." Winelda never minded long stories. She was drawn to scandal like a bee to honey. I stepped out of my
AVS
gown
Media
and pulled on a
Demo.
nightdress as Winelda moved to hang the dress in the wardrobe. I didn't particularly want to go over it all again, but I knew that she would never rest easy until I had given her the details. "It all goes back to something that happened here
AVS
several years
Media
ago.
Demo.
There was a death, and Miss Van Allen wrote a book about it." "Yes, The Dead of Winter," Winelda said over her shoulder. I turned to her, surprised. "You know it?" "Oh, yes, madam, it's one of my favourites.
AVS Media
I was quite
Demo.
young when it was published, and I remember all the sensation it caused. My mother told me I shouldn't read such things, and so, naturally, I was all the more eager to read it. My friends and I all bought copies. Let me tell you, it set me to blushing more than once."
AVS Media
If
Demo.
only I had thought to find a copy of it, I mused. It might have proven very useful. "Oh, you can read mine, madam," Winelda said. I looked up. "You have a copy with you?" "Yes, right here."
AVS Media
She went to
Demo.
where she had been sitting and picked up the book I had seen her reading when I came in. "Your resourcefulness never ceases to amaze me, Winelda." "Well, when I found out we were coming here to Lyonsgate, I made sure to bring it along. I thought perhaps
AVS
I could
Media
recognise some of the
Demo.
settings. I think, though I'm not entirely sure, that this very bedroom was the inspiration for the scene where—" "Yes, thank you, Winelda," I said. She dropped a curtsy. "I'm ever so glad to be of help to
AVS
you,
Media
and I do
Demo.
think that you'll enjoy it. There is a scandalous scene where—" I was spared the details as Milo came into my room from the hall. "Will you be needing anything else tonight, madam?" Winelda asked, setting the book on the
AVS
table.
Media Demo.
"No, thank you, Winelda, and thank you for the book." "You're welcome. Good night, madam. Mr. Ames." She left and closed the door behind her, and I turned to my husband.
AVS
"I've been waiting
Media
to be alone
Demo.
with you all evening," I said. "Words I live for, my love," he said, pulling me to him. "That's not what I meant. In any event, I've already told Parks I won't be needing him tonight, and now that you've rid yourself of
AVS
Winelda—"
Media Demo.
What did you make of what happened at dinner?
Your skin is like ice, darling,
he said, his warm hands moving up and down my arms. Yes, it's very cold in this house, I said absently.
AVS Media
What do you
Demo.
suppose Miss Van Allen means to write about? Milo sighed, releasing me.
AVS Media Demo.
Nor do I care.
There must be something Reggie doesn't want people to know. I thought for a moment things might come to blows.
And you enjoyed it immensely,
he said, removing his necktie and cufflinks.
AVS
I could
Media
practically
Demo.
feel the glee coming off of you from the other side of the room.
What a vulgar thing to say. I was terribly uncomfortable. He smiled.
But you found it interesting, nonetheless.
I was spared having to deny
AVS
it as
Media
Milo went
Demo.
to his room, leaving our adjoining door ajar.
Isabel's always enjoyed causing a scandal,
he said from inside.
I'd wager she's trying to rake things up in hopes of generating another profitable novel.
No, I think it's more than
AVS
that.
Media Demo.
I think there's some secret she's been keeping.
Your instinct at work again, I suppose.
I chose to ignore this aspersion cast upon my intuition. Milo could deny it all he liked, but my perceptions
AVS
had been
Media
accurate
Demo.
more than once. I thought back over the events of the evening. What exactly was it that had made me uneasy? Of course, the entire scene at dinner had been unnerving, but that wasn't what was nagging at me.
AVS
There was
Media
something
Demo.
else. Something that had seemed unusual. Then I remembered. Mr. Roberts said something very strange tonight, I said. He told me he might never go home. What do you suppose
AVS
made him
Media
say that?
Demo.
Milo came back into my room, clad in his bedclothes and dressing gown.
Perhaps he supposes Isabel will drink his blood in the night and leave him for dead.
I smiled. That's a bit unfair, isn't it?
Unfair
AVS
to
Media
vampires,
Demo.
perhaps.
I just had the distinct impression that something wasn't right.
That may well be true, darling, but I don't see how it's any of our affair.
I sighed.
AVS
Perhaps he
Media
was
Demo.
right. Perhaps I was even looking for trouble where none existed. In any event, there was nothing more to be done about it tonight. I got into the bed and instantly regretted it.
AVS
One need
Media
be a
Demo.
vampire to withstand these sheets, I said. They're like ice.
Well, then let me warm you,
he said. Discarding his dressing gown, he pulled back the blankets and slipped into bed beside
AVS
me.
Media Demo.
He pulled me against him, and I was soon very warm indeed. 5. I awoke early and found
AVS
myself
Media
unable to
Demo.
go back to sleep. The room was very cold, and though I was reluctant to leave the warmth of my bed, I couldn't help feeling that there were things to be done. For one thing, I had not had a chance to discuss last night's events with
AVS
Laurel.
Media
For
Demo.
another, I was terribly curious to see what would happen at breakfast. I considered waking Milo, who sleeps like the dead, but decided against it. There was no reason he should have to rise early just because I did. I bathed and
AVS
dressed as
Media
quickly as
Demo.
possible since the bathroom was frigid and chose one of my warmest ensembles, a smart grey wool suit with a fitted jacket and pleated skirt. Then I went downstairs, prepared to meet the day.
AVS Media
Everything was
Demo.
laid out on the sideboard in the breakfast room, and I was a bit surprised to find it empty, save for Miss Van Allen. She was seated at the table, a cup of coffee before her, making notes in a notebook.
AVS
There was
Media
a strange
Demo.
expression on her face, a curious combination of concentrated intensity and something like wistfulness. She looked up as I hovered in the doorway, and it was too late to retreat. Oh, good morning,
AVS
Mrs.
Media
Ames.
Demo.
I would not have taken Isobel Van Allen for an early riser. She seemed to me the type of woman who would enjoy lounging about in her negligee until noon, but perhaps it was unfair of me to assume such things. She
AVS
certainly
Media
was
Demo.
well turned out this morning. She wore a black, exquisitely cut suit, and her makeup was flawless. Her hair, too, was perfectly done. Eschewing the more current short styles, she wore
AVS
it
Media
in a low
Demo.
chignon at the back of her neck. The sleek elegance of it suited her. "Good morning, Miss Van Allen." I went to the sideboard. There were a great many dishes from which to choose. I
AVS
settled on
Media
eggs,
Demo.
toast, and fruit and poured myself a cup of coffee from the silver pot. "I see we have beaten the others to breakfast," I said, taking a seat at the table. "I developed the habit of rising early in Kenya," she replied. "I loved the
AVS
sunrise.
Media
It was
Demo.
unlike anything on earth, I think, that bright orange globe setting everything it touched ablaze." There was a far-away expression in her eyes as she spoke and a note of tenderness in her voice. It was almost like the
AVS Media
expression of a
Demo.
woman in love. Clearly her adopted homeland had won her heart. I wondered once again what had really brought her back to England. "You're wondering why I came back, I suppose," she said, with somewhat
AVS Media
uncanny
Demo.
accuracy. I smiled. Perhaps it's true that no place compares to home. She laughed, though there was more bitterness than humour in it. "Not at all, Mrs. Ames. England has no
AVS
great
Media
appeal for
Demo.
me, not any more, especially in winter. I hate it." It was at least one thing that she and Desmond Roberts had in common. Then what brought you back? Surely you needn't have come to Lyonsgate to write your
AVS
novel.
Media Demo.
I was almost surprised to hear myself ask the question, but Miss Van Allen was a plain-spoken woman, and I didn't suppose there was any reason that I shouldn't be the same. She looked as though she was about
AVS
to say
Media
something,
Demo.
but then seemed to think better of it. Instead, she smiled. "I would much rather have stayed away, but one can't always follow one's heart, can one? Of course," she went on, artfully shifting the subject,
AVS
"you seem
Media
to have been
Demo.
lucky in that respect, Mrs. Ames. Milo seems very devoted to you." Since she had been out of the country for years, I didn't think this was meant as a spiteful reference to Milo's less-than-sterling reputation and
AVS
our
Media Demo.
well-publicized marital troubles. "We're very happy," I said, and I meant it. These past few months had been some of the happiest of our marriage, and for the first time in years, I felt that I had found my footing where Milo was concerned.
AVS Media
"Yes, I can see
Demo.
that you are. I've always thought it would take an extraordinary woman indeed to secure Milo Ames. I compliment you for having succeeded." It was an odd sort of accolade, but seemed to be a sincere one. I smiled. "Thank you." She took a sip of her coffee. There was a time when I had hoped to find such happiness, but life often takes us in unexpected directions. Her tone was not bitter, nor did it ask for pity. In fact, I was certain she would have despised the idea that she might elicit compassion. This conversation was not going the way I had expected. Everything I had seen of her thus far had prepared me to dislike Isobel Van Allen completely. Now I felt the tug of some other emotion. It wasn't sympathy exactly. She was not a woman who would require it. Yet I felt that she had revealed something of herself to me that was normally kept hidden beneath the flawless exterior. "It's never too late for happiness, surely," I said lightly. She looked at me, her gaze curiously intense. "Do you think it's necessary for people to pay for their sins, Mrs. Ames?" she asked. I hesitated. "I believe redemption is possible," I said at last. Something flickered across her face. I might have mistaken it for contempt had I not been sure that there was a deep sadness in her eyes. "I wish I could believe that," she said, rising from her seat. "Sadly, I think sometimes it is too late and all one can do is prepare to make the payment. Good day, Mrs. Ames." She walked from the room before I could formulate a reply. and I was left wondering just who it was that Isobel Van Allen thought had a debt to pay. Duly nourished, I decided to pay a visit to Laurel's room before rousting my husband from bed. I found my cousin wrapped in a robe of marigold-coloured silk and drinking a cup of coffee near the fire, a tray of half-eaten breakfast on the table beside her. "I couldn't bear to come down," she said when I had seated myself across from her, "not after what happened last night. I hadn't the stomach for it this morning. Was it as awful as one might suppose?" Apparently nearly everyone felt the same as you did. It was only Miss Van Allen and me at breakfast. "Poor Amory. It was cruel of us to leave you alone with her. I'll attend lunch, I promise. Was she unbearable?" "Not at all. She's a very interesting woman," I said, thoughtfully. "Laurel, will you tell me what happened that night?" She didn't ask what night I meant. She was quiet for a moment, and then she set down her cup and saucer and pulled her robe more tightly around herself. "I don't really know," she said at last. "That's the dreadful thing, not really knowing what happened, how things might have been different if we had behaved differently." Her voice trailed off for a moment, and I waited, giving her time to gather her recollections. It was after one of the long weekend parties. Almost everyone had gone back to London, and there was only the small group of us remaining. It was after dinner, quite late, but we were all in high spirits and in the mood for a bit of adventure. Someone, I don't remember who, had the idea that we might go out on the lake in the boats, and we all seemed to think this was a grand idea. But we found the water was too frozen along the shore, and so we went into the summer house. Someone started a fire, and there was a phonograph. It was Isabel's, I believe. There was a little desk in the summer house, and she would go there to write even then. We were dancing, laughing. There had been a great deal of drinking and other things. Drugs. Yes, you know, I've never been interested in that sort of thing. In truth, the weekend was rather more excessive than I had expected. I'd had only a glass or two of wine at dinner, and I decided after a while to go back to the house. I went to my room and fell asleep. It wasn't until morning that I knew anything was amiss. I had just come down for breakfast when I heard Frida outside, running up from the summer house. She was screaming. Sometimes I still have nightmares about her screams. So, it had been Frida Collins, the final guest who would arrive tomorrow with her husband, Philip, who had discovered the body. Frida was the only one of the group aside from Laurel with whom I was acquainted. We had been at school together, but I had not spoken to her since before the tragedy. I wondered, absently, what she had been doing walking outside early on a cold morning after a wild night. "We all ran outside to see what had happened," Laurel continued, "all of us from different parts of the house, as if her shrieking was some sort of siren's song. Frida was hysterical, pointing in the direction of the summer house. We all ran down there and—" She stopped, and I waited for her to collect her thoughts. "And then we found him dead in the snow," she said, softly. "It was dreadful, Amory. He was so very white, and his eyes were open, staring. Such a ghastly expression on his face." She shuddered. She was clearly still deeply affected by what had happened. "I'm sorry, dear. If you don't want to say anything more." She shook her head. "It's been a long time. Perhaps I should have talked about it before now." "What happened then?" I asked. "It was Gareth who called the doctor. He called the police as well, I think. He was the only one of us who seemed to have any sense." I thought it surprising that the dreamy-eyed Mr. Winters should have been the one with enough presence of mind to send for the authorities. Was everyone there when they found him? I think so. Frida had collapsed up at the house and didn't go back with us, and Philip went back to look after her. I remember Bradford walked away and was sick. It was Beatrice who got a blanket from the summer house and covered Edwin. The rest of us just stood there until the doctor came." And he said it was the drugs and the cold? Yes, that was what he thought. It's what everyone thought until Isobel Van Allen had written her book. Miss Van Allen accused Bradford Glen of murder, and shortly thereafter he committed suicide. Do you think he might really have killed Edwin Green? I asked. Laurel shook her head a bit as if to clear it, and then she seemed to consider what I had said. I don't think so. Of course, I didn't know any of them very well. One can't really take people's measure in the space of a weekend. But I wouldn't have said I thought that he would do such a thing. He seemed very kind, in fact, kinder than most of them. In what way? Oh, I don't know. It was little things that I noticed. He spoke kindly to the maids, for example. That isn't perhaps something that amounts to anything, but so few people speak kindly to maids. He was kind to Lindy, too, when most people ignored her. He was pleasant when he didn't have to be. That was an astute observation, the logic of which I had often seen to be true. I had known a great many people who fancied themselves to be philanthropists, yet were absolute horrors behind closed doors when nothing was to be gained by presenting a benevolent front. And yet, she said, there was something about him. I waited as she considered it. It's difficult to explain, she said at last, but it seemed to me that there was something strange, almost insincere about the way he fawned over Beatrice. What do you mean? She considered it. I don't know exactly. It's been so long now, and I tried to put so much of that time from my mind. It was just that when no one else was around, he didn't seem exceptionally fond of Beatrice. It was as though he was doing it just to challenge Edwin Green, making a show of it. I didn't know them very well, so perhaps I was mistaken. Somehow I doubted that. Laurel was an excellent judge of character. Who was the last one to see Edwin Green alive, do you remember? I think it must have been Bradford. He and Edwin fought that evening, and the others said later that it was just the two of them left in the summer house. I suppose that's why Isobel drew the conclusion that he had killed him. Both of the men were in love with Beatrice, you see. This fact was surprising to me. Though I had known about her purported entanglement with both men, having now met Beatrice Lyons Klein, I shouldn't have thought she was the type of woman over which men would kill each other. There was nothing disparaging in this assessment. I only felt that, as cool and aloof as she seemed to be, she would not be likely to draw such ardent romantic interest. Isobel Van Allen, with her simmering sensuality, seemed more likely to have incited such behaviour. Of course, the ways of the heart were not always as one would expect. Were Isobel and Bradford Glen on good terms? I asked. She shrugged, as far as I saw. As I said, I didn't know either of them well. I wish I knew more. But I was an outsider at the time, Laurel said. I had formed certain impressions, of course, of all of them. Some I liked better than others, but I shouldn't have thought any of them capable of murder. Perhaps Isobel didn't realize the impact the book would cause. Perhaps she didn't mean to cause any harm, I suggested, not really believing it. Laurel's doubts seemed to echo mine as she looked up at me, her brown eyes sombre. I think her visit here proves otherwise. She was right, of course. Isobel had admitted as much. She had come to make someone pay. I don't mind a scandal for myself, Laurel said, but I'm dreadfully worried about Reggie. His nerves aren't at all good. He was never the same after the war, you see. Then that dreadful business happened, and I was worried that he might not recover. I had hoped that he would be able to go away and forget it all. I thought we had all left Lyonsgate behind, but it seems as though one can never escape the past. Yes, I mused. Isobel Van Allen said much the same thing. Back in my room, I was very much surprised to see that Milo was not only risen from the bed, but gone. The bedclothes were still askew, so he could not have been gone for long. I wonder if he had gone down to breakfast in search of me while I was in Laurel's room. I heard movement in his room and went to look inside. It was Parks, Milo's valet, engaged in polishing Milo's shoes. Parks was very fastidious in his duties. Milo called him a dead bore, but appreciated his contributions to Milo's sartorial perfection. "Good morning, madam," he said. "May I be of assistance?" "Good morning, Parks. Have you seen Mr. Ames?" "He went out perhaps 15 minutes ago, madam. He was dressed for riding." Dressed for riding, was he? He certainly hadn't mentioned anything to me about it. "Thank you." I went back into my room and closed the door. I was mildly put out with Milo for having run off, but I was perfectly capable of entertaining myself. I would spend my morning reading The Dead of Winter. I settled into the chair near the fire and opened the book. The ghosts of the dead walk among us. Their breath, the fog that hovers low. Their voiceless whispers are the chill along the spine, begging that their stories be told, and none breathe colder than the dead of winter. It seemed Isobel Van Allen had a flair for the dramatic. This might prove to be entertaining as well as useful. 6. I had finished 5 chapters by the time I set the book aside. It was much as I had expected. The various players in the Edwin Green tragedy were all there, outlined quite clearly. Even with my very superficial knowledge of those involved, I could tell easily who was meant to be whom, for Isobel Van Allen had not bothered to disguise their identities other than giving them pseudonyms. I could certainly not count the book a literary masterpiece, but it was definitely intriguing. I could see why it had caused a sensation, for there were enough salacious details to keep one turning the pages to see what would happen next. As Winelda had indicated, there were more than a few things that might raise eyebrows. However, I suspected the book might have had more of an impact at the time it had been written. Knowing the people involved as I did now, I felt that these stories somehow belonged to a different lifetime. Youthful indiscretions were not uncommon, after all. Of course, if those indiscretions included murder, it was quite another thing altogether. I went back downstairs as the luncheon hour approached, determined not to let what I had read influence my perception of the other guests. Isobel Van Allen and Desmond Roberts were not in the dining room when I arrived, and I was a bit relieved. I suspected dinner was likely to be a lively event, and I had been hoping for a bit of peace at luncheon. Redinald Lyons came to me as I walked into the room.
"Mrs. Ames, I owe you an apology,"
he said at once. He seemed to be no worse the wear from his outburst the previous evening, and I was glad. "There's no need to—" I began.
"Yes, there is. We behaved abominably last night. No matter what my feelings might be on the subject, I allowed things to get out of hand. Please rest assured there will be no repetition of such unfortunate scenes at dinner tonight."
"I understand that emotions were high. I know it must not be the best of times for my husband and me to have come to visit. If you think it would be better, we needn't stay." Even as I said the words, I hoped he wouldn't agree that it would be best for us to return to London. I didn't want to leave Laurel. Not now.
"No, please don't go," he said quickly, much to my relief. "I am happy to have you here at Lyonsgate."
"Very well," I said, "if you're sure."
Yes, quite sure," he replied, rousing his hearty host persona. "Now let us eat some of this excellent lunch. Is your husband coming down?"
"I'm not certain," I answered, taking the plate he had offered me to fill it from the sideboard. "I haven't seen my husband since early this morning. I understand he's gone out riding."
"Lindy must have dragged him with her," Reggie said. "She can be rather an annoyance, but she's hard to resist once she sets her mind to something."
Milo enjoys riding, I said mildly, and he wouldn't have gone if he hadn't wanted to. Laurel joined us then, and Mr. Winters came shortly afterward. There was no sign of Beatrice Klein, and I assumed she had taken lunch in her room. We sat down to eat, and our conversation was light and pleasant. I was much relieved to find that the atmosphere was considerably improved by the absence of the most polarizing guest. It seemed she was not far from any of our minds, however.
It seems she must have learned something new, doesn't it?
Mr. Winters said suddenly. We all knew at once whom he meant. Reggie looked up sharply, as though he had been awaiting the topic of Isobel to surface.
But what could she have learned? He demanded.
He was becoming agitated and doing his best to tamp it down.
Perhaps she doesn't know it herself, Mr. Winters suggested. Perhaps she has come back to discover something.
Reggie said nothing to this, and an uncomfortable silence settled around us. We were spared the necessity of finding our way back to a less volatile topic of conversation by the entrance of Henson.
Mr. and Mrs. Collins have arrived, sir. Excellent.
Reggie stood quickly, throwing his napkin on the table.
I'll come at once.
He started for the door, and Laurel rose from her seat.
I'll just go with you.
I think neither of us had much appetite left. We followed him, leaving Gareth Winters looking complacently at his plate. Reggie's voice carried to us before we reached the entrance hall. I could sense that same forced cheerfulness in his voice.
Hello, Frida. Philip, glad you could make it.
We followed him into the entrance hall to greet the newest arrivals.
Mrs. Ames, he said, might I introduce you to Mr. and Mrs. Collins?
We know one another already, Frida Collins said, coming toward me. How are you, Amory? Hello, Frida, I said, grasping her hands warmly. It's so good to see you again. Yes, it's been far too long. Frida Collins, or Frida Morehouse, as she had been then, and I had been at school together. We had been fairly close friends, in fact. Both of us were the products of parents who were not exceptionally adept at parenthood, and we had formed something of a bond. Frida's closest friend had been her brother Matthew, and she had missed him terribly. When he had been killed in the war, I had been the one to whom she had turned for comfort. After school, we had kept in touch, writing letters and seeing each other at various social affairs. When her fiancé had returned from France, she had asked me to be a bridesmaid in her wedding. Tragically, that wedding had never taken place. Her fiancé had died suddenly, and she had begun to associate with a wilder set. We had grown apart by the time she met her current husband, Philip Collins. Mr. Collins had moved to London from South Africa, and there were a great many unpleasant rumours that followed him. It was not that I objected to rumours. After all, I was not under the impression that Milo's reputation was something to cheer about. Nevertheless, there had been a certain dark undertone to the things that were whispered about Mr. Collins. Perhaps this was what influenced my perception of him, but my first glance into his hard face was enough to make me distrust him. Amory, allow me to introduce my husband, Philip Collins. How do you do? I said. He nodded in response, his face impassive. I wondered if he could sense my instant dislike for him. If so, it seemed the feeling was mutual. Looking at him, one could almost see something sinister going on behind those cold blue eyes. He was not a physically imposing man, but there was something intimidating about him nonetheless. I felt that one always had the impression one should step back when he came near. Of course, this might have been my imagination. And Laurel, Frida said, turning to my cousin, how good to see you again. Frida was smiling, but it seemed to me that there was something not quite right in it. It seemed to me but there was barely concealed fear in her expression. I wondered if she too was on edge about having been summoned by Isobel Van Allen's mysterious demands. I could not blame her, for there was reason to be worried. It was strange, I thought, how all of the original participants in that weekend had been willing to return to Lyonsgate despite the memories the place must carry. I wondered what sort of power Isobel Van Allen had over them all. What secrets they were willing to return to in order to protect. My thoughts were interrupted as the door opened again, and Milo and Lucinda entered in their riding clothes. Lucinda was laughing gaily, her eyes bright, her golden hair wind-blown. They stopped when they saw us all standing in the entrance hall. "Oh, hello all. I'm sorry we missed lunch," she said, "but our ride was such a lark and we lost track of the time." "Yes, well, our other guests have arrived," Reggie said. Reggie made introductions, and I did not miss the quickly concealed look of surprise on Frida's face when I explained that the handsome gentleman having such a lark with Lucinda Lyons was my husband. Introductions concluded, the Collinses were shown to their room, Laurel and Lucinda went back to the dining room, and I turned to go upstairs. I was going to fetch my book and read it until it was time for tea. I was halfway up the stairs when Milo caught up with me. "What have you been doing all morning, my lovely?" he asked. "Reading, among other things," I answered, not breaking my stride. "How was your ride?" "It was very nice. The property is extensive, and the horse they gave me was a fine animal." "That sounds lovely. Lunch is served in the dining room. You should eat something. If you continue substituting riding for meals, you'll waste away."
"Nonsense. The country air is excellent for my constitution."
"So it seems. You'd think you were a young man again."
"Well, I'm not exactly past my prime, darling," he protested.
"But perhaps not quite as young as you think." He laughed, catching my arm before I went up another step. I turned to look at him. He stood on the step below me, and our faces were nearly level.
"You don't object to my having gone riding, surely?"
"Certainly not," I replied mildly, and I meant it. I didn't begrudge Lucinda Lyons a bit of fun. I only hoped that Milo's attentions would not give her the wrong impression. It would not do for a lonely and very pretty young woman to fall in love with my husband.
"I'd much rather ride with you in any event," he said. "Will you go out with me tomorrow?"
"If you like."
"I would. You're a much better horsewoman than Miss Lyons. Besides, I like the way you look in your riding trousers."
He dropped a kiss on my lips, then patted me most inappropriately to prod me up the stairs. Before I could move, however, I heard the sound of voices. I realized at once that it was Isobel Van Allen and Desmond Roberts. They must have come from one of their rooms. We had stopped at the top of the stairway and had not yet turned the corner into the corridor. It was immediately apparent that the conversation was of a very personal nature, and it was too late to make our presence known without causing additional awkwardness.
"But I don't understand," Mr. Roberts said. "Why must you be so secretive?"
"Oh, Desmond, don't be tiresome."
"You always treat me as though I'm a child,"
he told her in a sulky voice that did nothing to belie his accusation. "I don't enjoy you when you're disagreeable, my pet," she said lightly. "You know perfectly well that no one is going to read my book until I've sent it to my publisher. That includes you." I looked at Milo. He raised his brows.
"I don't see why you should treat me this way after all that we have been through together, after all we mean to one another."
"You know how much you mean to me, but that doesn't change anything."
"It should," he said. "It should change everything."
When her next words came, they had dropped all hint of the caressing tone she had used only moments before. "Listen to me," she said sharply. "I am tired of your whining and your demands. Remember this, I took you out of nothing, made something of you. I owe you nothing. I will not have you or anyone else tell me what I will or will not do. Do you understand me?" He must have indicated that he understood, for her next words held less venom. "Don't look downcast, my sweet. You'll find out soon enough. Everyone will."
"Yes, but please, Isobel, Don't be angry with me. I adore you. You know I do."
"I know," she said soothingly. "Come back into my room, Desmond." He apparently obeyed, for I heard the door close, and silence fell. "Walk into my parlour," said the spider to the fly, Milo quoted in a low voice. "She's treating that boy rather cruelly," I said.
"He's not a child. He knows what he's doing."
"I don't know that he does," I mused. It seemed to me that Desmond Roberts was desperately in love with a woman to whom he meant very little.
"It does seem the fight's gone out of him," Milo admitted. "I would suspect he doesn't like being her pet, but she's got her claws in deep. Well, he's not the first. It's always been her speciality, you know, bending men to her will. I always found it rather repulsive."
I could see now why Milo had never fallen sway to her charms. Even at a young age, he would not have wanted to be just another of her admirers, throwing his heart at her feet with reckless abandon. Passionate adoration wasn't in his nature. He was much too used to being the centre of attention to fall into orbit around someone else's star. As we walked toward our rooms, I couldn't rid myself of an uneasy feeling. Something about the exchange we had overheard was bothering me, and I realized suddenly what it was. Desmond Roberts was besotted with Isobel Van Allen, but there had been more than love in his voice. There had been anger, and something more. Desperation. Both emotions could prove dangerous. 7. I dressed for dinner, feeling very much as though I was attending an execution rather than an evening meal at a country estate. I didn't know what to make of Isobel Van Allen or of the conversation I had overheard between her and Mr. Roberts. Why should she want to keep her book a secret from her secretary? Granted, he was not operating solely in a professional capacity where she was concerned, but it seemed she should have wanted to confide in him, if no one else. She had told me it was not always possible to follow the heart. What had she meant? Why had she come back 7 years later to gather the members of that ill-fated party together? I tried and failed to think of what her motive might be. Though it was perfectly apparent she didn't care what others thought of her, I didn't think that she was motivated by malice alone. If it had been only that, she could have come back long ago. Or she might have written the book from the comforts of her home in Kenya, with the handsome Mr. Roberts to type for her. She might have whipped up a scandal from half a world away if it had been her inclination. No. There was some other reason she had chosen to return to Lyonsgate to make this very public announcement. For some reason she had wanted to be back at the scene of the tragedy and to face the participants. Was it possible that she herself was searching for answers? Perhaps tonight we would find out.
"You look positively downcast, darling,"
Milo observed as he came into my room tying his necktie.
"What's troubling you?"
"I don't know," I said. "There's something wrong in all of this, and I can't quite decide what it is. It's just so very odd that Reggie Lyons should have called everyone here. Why should they all be willing to come? If I had been here, I don't think I could be induced to set foot on the spot again." Milo shrugged.
It was unfortunate, yes, but there is no reason why everyone should wish to avoid Lyonsgate forever. After all, I'd wager that there isn't a country house in the whole of England that hasn't been touched by death. Heaven knows how many people have died at Thorncrest. It was not a comforting thought, and I hoped it would not occur to me the next time we visited our country house. In any event, he went on, it's safe to assume most of the gentlemen were in the war, and half the women lost someone to it. It's not as though they would be strangers to death.
You're right, I said, which only proves my point. There's something else that is going on here. If it was as simple as a dreadful accident, it wouldn't have affected everyone so deeply.
Why don't you ask your cousin?
I have. She doesn't really know much about it. She was not close to any of them, you know. She had only recently been invited into their circle. I don't think she was aware of everything that was happening at the time.
It's really none of our concern,
Milo said. He was, as usual, supremely uninterested in anything that did not affect him directly.
Let them go on clawing at each other. At least the wine is good.
Milo, I do wish you would be serious.
I am being serious, darling. But you become much too invested in people who are all perfect strangers to us. In fact, I don't see why you should be concerned with it at all.
But
Yes, darling, I know, he said. You can't bear to keep your pretty little nose out of things that do not concern you.
I frowned. It does concern me, in a way. It concerns Laurel, and she's not only my cousin, but my dearest friend.
But you've just said that Laurel wasn't deeply involved in any of this.
It doesn't matter. She was still affected by it. Another book has the potential to do a great deal of damage.
Perhaps it will not be as bad as you imagine, he said.
I hoped he was right. I'm very cross with Miss Van Allen. There's no reason that she should make everyone miserable.
Well, let us see what kind of scene she creates at dinner tonight, shall we?
I sighed. I suppose we have no choice. I could not help but feel we were in for a repeat of last night's performance as we took our seats in the dining room. With the exception of the additional 2 guests, Frida and Philip Collins, everything was just as it had been the evening before. I was uncertain how things would proceed after the volatile way in which dinner had ended last night. It appeared, however, that Redinald Lyons intended to make good his promise that things would not get out of hand. He nodded stiffly to Isobel when she came into the dining room and gave him a bright smile in return. It seemed that they intended to maintain at least the pretense of civility. We were all very aware, however, that there was more to come. It was only a matter of time until Isobel made another one of her announcements. I looked around at my fellow guests. Though they were doing their best to go on as though nothing was amiss, I could sense the tension in the air. Frida Collins seemed particularly ill at ease, and I wondered if it was because, not having been present last night, she was unsure of what to expect. Or perhaps she had been apprised of last night's events, and that was why she was uneasy. Her husband wore that same expression of vague contempt that had been on his face since his arrival. Whatever he was feeling, he did not intend for others to know it. I knew Isobel was enjoying holding the group in thrall, keeping them all on the edge of their seats, wondering what she would reveal. The thought had occurred to me, of course, that there must be other secrets swirling beneath the surface. If not, why would they all be so concerned? The time came after the last of the dessert plates had been cleared away. I thought it was probably more due to the fact that Isobel was enjoying making her audience wait, rather than that she had decided to allow them to enjoy their dinner in peace. I realize it must have come as a shock to all of you, the way I made my announcement at dinner last night, she began. I'm afraid the emotion of the moment caught up with me. I did not intend to make such a scene. None of us were fooled by her performance. She was clearly reveling in the tension that hung in the air, on the way all of us were hanging on her every word. I would have liked nothing more than to remain in Kenya for the rest of my days, but my conscience would not allow me to do so. I could practically feel Milo rolling his eyes from across the room. Conscience, Beatrice scoffed. Since when have you ever had a conscience, Isobel? Isobel ignored this question and went on in the same even tone. It isn't easy for me to say this, believe me. But the time has come that I speak openly. The truth of the matter is that I now believe that Bradford Glen was innocent. This announcement was greeted without much surprise. How kind of you to say so after he killed himself because of you, Beatrice said bitterly. Isobel continued to carry on as though she hadn't heard Beatrice. I came to believe in his innocence when I heard of his suicide note. He spoke not of guilt, but of love. He and Edwin hated one another perhaps, but it wasn't Bradford that caused Edwin's death that night. We knew all along it was an unfortunate accident, Redinald Lyons said. Unlike his sister, his tone held no bitterness. If I had to name the emotion, I might have thought it relief. That's not at all what I mean, Reggie, she said. What do you mean, Miss Van Allen? It was Lindy Lyons who asked the question. She was trying, I thought, to hide the eagerness in her tone. Isobel glanced at her and then turned to Gareth Winters. You asked me last night why any of you would want to help me. He watched her from across the table, his face unreadable. It's because I think one of you knows the truth. I want you to tell me. The truth? Beatrice spat out. What do you mean? Since when have you ever been concerned with the truth? My conclusion that Bradford killed Edwin was based on the evidence. They hated one another and had fought earlier that night and were left alone when the rest of us came back to the house. Edwin was unconscious when we left that summer house and dead in the snow the next morning. How did he get there? He woke up, Frida said. Woke up and tried to get to the house. Frida was trembling. I could see it from where I sat. Her husband, however, might have been made of stone. His face was hard and expressionless. Only his eyes burned darkly as he watched Isobel. I don't think he did, Isobel said. You see, in addition to his suicide note, Bradford wrote me a letter. There was a stunned silence. I glanced around the table. Everyone was watching Isobel save for Mr. Winters. He was looking down at his plate. Beatrice, as usual, recovered first. What did the letter say? She demanded. It was a kind letter, given the circumstances, Isobel said. He said he had been hurting for years and was about to set himself free. He also told me that he wasn't a murderer. Perhaps Edwin, too, was set free, he wrote, but not by my hand. Silence fell as everyone waited for her to continue. And that is why I need your help, she said at last. Someone here knows the truth, and it is only a matter of time until I discover it. What the devil are you trying to say? Reggie demanded. Her eyes swept the table. There was nothing in them now of the soft melancholy I had seen at breakfast the previous morning. She might have been in avenging fury, so hotly were her eyes blazing in her pale face. I'm trying to say that Edwin Green was indeed murdered, and if Bradford was innocent, it means that one of you is the killer. I believe Isobel missed her calling, Milo said, as he removed his cufflinks in my room after dinner. She might have made a fine actress with her magniloquent histrionics. As she had done last night, Isobel had excused herself after her grand announcement, leaving the rest of us to absorb the implications of her shocking claim. Milo had been unimpressed by Miss Van Allen's theatrics, but the same could not be said of the others. Hot denials had issued forth from all present. Reggie and Beatrice seemed to agree that Isobel was lying, fabricating another tale for the sake of her second book, but I could sense the fear hovering heavily in the room. "This can only lead to trouble," Laurel had told me worriedly as we left the dining room. "I'm terribly afraid of what is going to happen next." I shared my cousin's concerns, for it seemed that no good could come of the claim that one of the guests here at Lyonsgate was a killer. Was it possible? Or was Isobel merely trying to exploit a tragedy a second time? "Do you really think that someone else is responsible for Edwin Green's murder?" I asked my husband.
"You'll recall, my dear, that Mr. Green's death was ruled an accident by a coroner's jury."
He tossed his dinner jacket over the back of a chair in a careless manner that would, no doubt, offend Parks deeply.
"Isobel only wants to make a scene."
"But why come back if she wasn't trying to learn something?"
"She's writing another book to add to her somewhat limited oeuvre, and needs fresh fodder. What better way to get it than to come back claiming that the killer is still at large? Really, Amory, don't tell me you've been caught up in her wild tales."
I thought of the note she said she had received from Bradford Glen. I wondered why he would have bothered to write to her. Trying to clear his name before he died, perhaps? Why, then, had it taken Isobel 6 years to act on it? There was something amiss in all of this. If there was not something wrong, no one would feel threatened by Miss Van Allen's claims, yet the fear and anger had been palpable tonight, and it was not just the menace of a fresh, if baseless, scandal that was worrying them. No. There were secrets that people didn't want revealed, and there was more to Edwin Green's death than a simple accident. I only hoped that Laurel did not get tangled up in the web of lies the others were spinning. Perhaps there was some way that I could help. I had, after all, 2 other mysteries to my credit. The problem with this one was that so much time had passed, and everyone involved was extremely reluctant to relive the past. I also realized that the various accounts of what had happened that night would be strongly influenced by both personal perception and recollections that had been impaired by the consumption of alcohol, drugs, or both. How much could they really remember of what had happened, and how much of it was a story that had been concocted from their own imperfect knowledge of events and personal biases? There was, too, the possibility that one, or even several of them, were lying to protect themselves or one another. It was all very complex. Perhaps the best thing to do would be to compare the various accounts and see what aspects of the story were corroborated by other accounts. There might also be the opportunity to ask someone else who had been there, the servants perhaps. I would leave that aspect to Winelda. I might even be able to find some excuse to question the local doctor. Perhaps he would be able to tell me more about Edwin Green's death. I looked up to see Milo watching me. I raised my brows and affected what I hoped was an innocent expression.
"You are brewing trouble in that brain of yours," he said. "I recognize that look on your face."
"No such thing," I protested. "You haven't the faintest idea what I was thinking. I might have been considering ordering a new gown from Paris." He shook his head.
"I am also familiar with your ordering gowns from Paris face, and that is most definitely not it."
I was annoyed by his ability to read me, for lack of a better expression, like a book. "Well, what do you suppose I was thinking about if you're so clever?"
"You were trying to determine the best way to gather accurate information about what really happened that night. The people there were unreliable witnesses, especially as it may be in their best interest to lie. Therefore, you were trying to determine the best way to glean the truth from the various accounts of that evening." I was astounded by the accuracy of this assessment, but I didn't intend to let him know that. "I may have been thinking something along those lines," I conceded. He smiled knowingly. As you probably know, I think the entire thing incredibly ill-advised, and I would like nothing better than to cart you unceremoniously back to London." My brows shot up. "However," he went on, "since I know you would dislike being dragged away, I have no choice but to remain here and do what I can to minimize the risks." "I do appreciate your concern," I said. After all, I could not discount the fact that I had nearly been shot twice in recent months, or that Milo had in fact been grazed by a killer's bullet. I didn't intend to take any unnecessary risks. After all, Edwin Green's death was a thing of the past. 7 years was a long time. We finished preparing for bed, and slipped beneath the icy sheets, glad to have each other for warmth. As I drifted off to sleep, I had no inkling that murder was much closer at hand than I had believed. 8. I roused Milo for breakfast the next morning, but Parks seemed to be dissatisfied with the press of Milo's tweeds, and so I went down alone while they worked to rectify the problem. I had crossed the entrance hall and was nearly to the breakfast room when I heard voices issuing from within. I might have entered anyway had the conversation not appeared to be somewhat private in nature. "She can't know anything," I heard Reggie Lyons saying. "She's making all of it up. She must be." "Reggie, get hold of yourself." This stern command came from Beatrice. I could picture her looking coldly at him over her coffee cup. "But the murder—" "There was no murder," Beatrice said firmly. "Edwin's death was a tragic misfortune, nothing more." But in her letter she said— "I know what she said," Beatrice replied, cutting him off once again. "You let her frighten you with veiled threats into hosting this wretched house party when it's not possible that she has learned anything else." So that was why Reggie had invited everyone back to Lyonsgate at Isobel's command. He had been afraid that she knew something and would expose it. His next words confirmed this. "Do you suppose she knows about—" "That will do, Reggie," she said, cutting him off. I heard someone coming down the stairs then, so I silently retreated a few steps, and then made sure that they heard me approaching the breakfast room. As I had expected, their conversation stopped at once. "Pass me the honey, will you, Reggie?" Beatrice asked. She looked up at me when I entered. "Good morning, Mrs. Ames. We've just been discussing the weather. It looks as though it may snow again." The lie was told effortlessly. There was no doubt in my mind that Beatrice Lyons-Klein was a woman to be reckoned with. Nevertheless, I thought again how surprising it was that both Edwin Green and Bradford Glen had been rumoured to be in love with her. There was something very careful and calculated about her, a sternness which I would not have supposed would inspire passion. "I wouldn't mind a bit of snow," I replied, going to the sideboard to fill my plate. "Then again, I shouldn't be surprised if it warms up suddenly," Reggie said. The footsteps that I had heard on the stairs had apparently belonged to Mr. Winters, for he came into the dining room then, his pale grey eyes flickering around the room as though he were seeing something other than the occupants in it. "Good morning," he said, looking at no one in particular. We greeted him, and I was prepared to return to the topic of the weather when Reggie broached the subject that was foremost on everyone's minds. "I feel I must apologize again for what happened at dinner last night," he said. "I hope you understand that Miss Van Allen is—" "Grasping at straws," Beatrice interjected. "She wants nothing more than to rake up another scandal at our expense. The whole matter is bound to die down once she realizes that we will not play her games." "I'm sure you're right," I assured her, though I didn't feel at all certain.
I did not know Isobel Van Allen at all well, but I had the feeling that she was not one to abandon her cause. Milo, at last presentable enough for Parks's satisfaction, joined us at the breakfast table and was shortly followed by Mr. and Mrs. Collins, Laurel, and Lucinda Lyons, who took a seat next to Milo. Tensions were still high, but we all went on as though everything was quite normal. I was immensely relieved that Isobel had not made an appearance. Perhaps she had taken her breakfast quite early. We did not comment on her absence, and spoke no further about her announcement at dinner the night before. I was a bit disappointed, but I thought it was probably for the best. I knew that Reggie's nerves were on edge, and Frida looked pale and drawn as though she had not slept, and kept glancing anxiously at her husband. The meal finished, I excused myself. Lucinda Lyons had engaged Milo in another conversation, and I supposed it would be a while before she would return him to me. In the meantime, I thought that I might spend my time reading a few more chapters of The Dead of Winter. Though I pretended to myself that it was research, I could not deny that I was very much caught up in the drama of the story. Isobel Van Allen was certainly capable of weaving a compelling tale. How much of it was fiction and how much was reality remained to be seen. I hoped that at some point I would be able to make the distinction. Frida Collins and her husband had gone out of the dining room before me, and as I came into the entrance hall I saw them standing in the door of the drawing room, talking to one another in low voices. They looked up at the sound of my footsteps. He glanced back at her and said something in a voice too low for me to hear. It seemed as though she grew slightly paler as he spoke. Then he turned and walked up the stairs, leaving her standing alone in the entrance hall, her eyes on his retreating form. For some reason, her expression brought to mind another day when she had stood looking pale and uncertain. She had held a letter in her hand, a letter that she had been afraid to open. We had stood looking at each other until at last she had broken the seal and found that her worst fears had been realized. That was my sharpest memory of Frida, how devastated she had been upon the death of her brother. Matthew Malhouse had been the first person that I knew who had died in the war. There would be more, of course, many more. But that day it had been a terrible shock, the first jarring tragedy in a young life relatively untouched by troubles. I had comforted her in that moment, but I had not been able to comfort her when her fiancé had died. It was not comfort she had wanted, but the ability to forget. It was his death that had been the blow that had sent her whirling recklessly into Isobel Van Allen's path. I hoped the sad memories were not replaying themselves on my face, but Frida appeared too preoccupied to have even noticed that I was still standing there. She turned and went toward the drawing room. After a moment I followed her. She had taken a seat near the fire and was staring into it, unseeing when I came into the room. "Hello, Frida," I said softly. She looked up. "Oh, hello, Amory. I'm sorry. I'm a bit distracted this morning." "I think we all are," I said, still hovering in the doorway. "Am I disturbing you?" "No, not at all. I've been hoping for a chance to talk to you. Come, sit with me, won't you?" She smiled, and the sincerity of it recalled the Frida I had known. She had been a beautiful young woman, and she was still extremely lovely. Her hair was still a glossy shade of chestnut brown, and she had very large brown eyes. I remembered when those eyes had sparkled with laughter, but there was no laughter in them now. I wondered how much of it had to do with what was happening here at Lyonsgate, and how much of it might be attributed to her marriage to Philip Collins. I took a seat across from her. With the fire cracking cheerily in the hearth, I could almost imagine we were back at school, sharing our secrets with one another. How much times had changed since then. I suddenly felt very old. It's good to see you again, Frida, though I suppose the circumstances are less than ideal. Yes, she said. There are many times I've thought I should write to you, but you know how life sometimes interferes in one's plans. It certainly does, I agreed. I hope you've been well. I hadn't heard much about Frida since her marriage, and I didn't think she was often in London. There was a house somewhere in France, and now I knew the country house not far from Lyonsgate. I wondered if there was a reason her husband kept them away from town. Oh, yes, she said. My life has been rather lovely. How have you been? Very well, thank you. A vaguely uncomfortable silence fell between us. Things were, I think, complicated by the fact that neither of us wanted to ask the other about her marriage. I had my own opinions of Philip Collins, and I was certain Frida must have seen Milo's name bandied about in the gossip columns. It was not the sort of thing one discussed with an old acquaintance. She brightened suddenly. We've 2 lovely children. Our son William is nearly 7, and I have a daughter Alice who's just over a year old. Perhaps you might come to tea one day so that I can show her off to you. There was a genuine warmth in her eyes when she spoke of her children, and I could tell at once how much they meant to her. That sounds lovely. I shall look forward to seeing her. I was glad that Frida had children. I remembered her telling me once that the only thing she really wanted in life was a family of her own. That was before her fiancé had been killed. I wondered, too, if that was why she had married Mr. Collins. I would not have chosen him for her partner, but she clearly loved her children, and I was glad for her. Have you any children? She asked me. No, I said lightly. We have not been so fortunate as of yet. I was sure she would pity me now, thinking that I was incapable of having them. The truth of it, however, was that I had not reached a point in the last 5 years where I felt secure enough in my marriage to want to become pregnant. However, things were much better between Milo and me now, and I had faith that they would continue to improve. Perhaps it would be something to be considered in the near future. We weren't getting any younger, after all. My mother had been 18 when she'd married and barely 20 when I was born. By her standards, I was very much behind schedule. It does tend to happen suddenly, she said. Yes, I suppose it does. Silence fell again, and I decided to press onward. I was very shocked by Isabel's announcement last night. Yes, she said. Her voice suddenly strained. Ridiculous, wasn't it? Do you think so? I asked. Yes, of course. Her eyes darted about the room before coming back to my face. Don't you? I really couldn't say. Again there was a silence that I took the opportunity to fill. I imagine it must have been terrible. You found Edwin Green's body, I understand. It was terribly blunt of me, but it had become clear that the conversation was not going to proceed unless I pushed it along a bit. I went for a walk that morning, she said. I thought I left my handbag at the summer house. I had not asked her for her reasons for being out that morning, and it was curious that she should have presented them to me. And you found him in the snow? I prompted her. Yes. It was dreadful. She had gone pale, and I felt a bit bad for having pressed her into reliving what had obviously been a traumatic experience. I did, however, have one more question. Did you think it was an accident? Yes, she said at once. It must have been an accident. No one else would have killed Edwin. Everyone but Bradford got on perfectly well with him. You're certain of that? Her eyes met mine unwaveringly. Absolutely. There was something almost defiant in her gaze, and I could not help but feel that she was lying. Frida excused herself a few moments later, and I sat alone in the drawing room pondering our conversation. There had been something strange in her manner, and I wondered if she had something to hide. How I would discover what it was, however, I didn't know. It had been a long time since we had been confidants. Reluctantly leaving the warm seat by the fire, I went back out into the entrance hall just as Mr. Roberts came down the stairs. "Good morning, Mr. Roberts," I greeted him. I knew how hard it must be for him to be so out of place at Lyonsgate, especially since Isobel had done everything in her power to make them unwelcome. "Good morning," he replied absently. He reached the bottom step, and I noticed at once that something was amiss. He looked worried, almost pale beneath his bronzed skin. "Is there something wrong?" I asked. I'm not certain. Isobel is in her room, but the door is locked and she won't answer." I felt a strange sense of foreboding that I tried to fight back. "Perhaps she's still sleeping," I suggested, and even as I said it, I realized that it was not likely to be true. I had seen for myself that she was an early riser. I did not think she would be so deep in sleep as not to hear a knock at her door. "I don't think so. She always rises early," he said, echoing my thoughts. "Perhaps she is writing and doesn't wish to be disturbed." He shook his head. "I don't think so," he said again. "You see, she was quite ill all night. I thought perhaps she had taken poorly to something that she had eaten, and that she would be well again this morning, but now I wonder if there is something seriously wrong." That did not sound at all encouraging. I walked to the steps beside him, trying to fight my growing unease. "I'm sure there's no reason to be alarmed. Perhaps she's still feeling ill." "I think there's something wrong," he insisted. "I wonder if I should ring for the doctor." "Perhaps we should look in on her first," I suggested. "She may answer the door if you try again." We reached the landing, and I followed him down the hall to Miss Van Allen's door.
AVS
He
Media
knocked,
Demo.
almost pounded against the wood, and I thought there was something like desperation in it. There was no answer at first, and he tried in vain to turn the knob. The door was locked. I began to wonder if I should ask Mr.
AVS
Lyons if he
Media
had a spare
Demo.
key. A moment later, however, I heard the bolt being slid back. Then the door opened, and Isobel Van Allen looked out at us from the dark room, a black velvet robe
AVS Media
wrapped
Demo.
tightly around her. She was a bit paler than usual, but her dark eyes were sharp. "What is it?" she asked, her tone lined with impatience. The question was directed at Mr. Roberts, and I wasn't sure at first that she
AVS
even noticed
Media
me
Demo.
standing there. I was worried," Desmond stammered. "You wouldn't answer the door." "I was trying to sleep. You know I was ill last night. I took some sleeping tablets." Are you
AVS Media Demo.
feeling better?" "Yes, Desmond," she answered with a sigh. "It was likely only something I ate. I'm much better now."
"Can I get you anything?"
"Thank you, no."
AVS
"Let me
Media
come in and
Demo.
sit with you."
"No," she said sharply. Then her tone softened. "Don't worry about me. Run along and enjoy your morning. I'll need you to type for me later." She looked at me
AVS
then,
Media
and I was
Demo.
caught by something in her gaze. "You'll take care of dear Desmond, won't you?" Certainly," I replied. "Thank you for looking in on me," she said. She reached out and patted his cheek.
AVS
"You are
Media
such
Demo.
a dear, my sweet Desmond," she said. Then she leaned in to kiss him on the mouth. I turned away at once, embarrassed to be privy to so intimate a scene. Then she closed the door.
AVS Media Demo.
Mr. Roberts let out a breath as though he had been holding it. I thought at first that he had forgotten me, but at last he turned from the door. He gave me a shaky and somewhat rueful smile. I'm
AVS
sorry I made
Media
a scene,
Demo.
Mrs. Ames, he said. It was just so unlike her not to answer her door. Well, I'm very glad to see she's all right. Yes, he replied vaguely, his thoughts obviously
AVS
elsewhere.
Media Demo.
We parted ways then as he went into his room. I couldn't help but think as I walked away, however, that there was something amiss in the scene I had just witnessed. Isobel had been acting strangely.
AVS
It could,
Media
of course, be
Demo.
nothing more than that she was feeling unwell. Sickness often made people peevish. However, there was something in her behaviour that struck me as odd. Desmond hadn't looked satisfied with their encounter.
AVS Media
Despite
Demo.
Isabel's display of affection, he had stiffened when she'd kissed him, and he had seemed distracted as he went into his room. I didn't know if it was embarrassment at her kiss or annoyance at her dismissal, but it seemed that
AVS
all
Media
still
Demo.
was not well in paradise. It was perhaps an hour later when Milo came into my room. Winelda was following Parks's example and mercilessly polishing my riding boots while I read in
AVS
the
Media
chair near the
Demo.
fire.
Still reading that dreadful thing, are you?
Milo asked, indicating the copy of The Dead of Winter in my hand.
Well, I've come to rescue you from it. I've just been out to the stables and asked the groom to
AVS
saddle
Media
horses for us.
Demo.
Are you ready for the ride you promised me?
I suppose so, I answered absently. To be honest, I had not been reading for some time. Try as I might, I had not been able to concentrate much on the novel. My
AVS
thoughts were
Media
still on
Demo.
Isobel Van Allen. Something about the scene at her doorway nagged at me, but I could not determine what it was.
I am flattered by your enthusiasm, he remarked dryly.
I
AVS
smiled
Media
and turned
Demo.
my attention to him. I'm sorry. I was thinking about something else. He looked at me warily, but said nothing. A ride sounds lovely, I told him, rising from my seat.
Good.
He went
AVS
across to
Media
the door to
Demo.
his room.
It shall only take me a few moments to be ready.
Very well. I set the book aside and moved to change into my riding costume, a white blouse and tan trousers tucked into my now gleaming black
AVS
boots.
Media Demo.
Winelda insisted upon brushing my dark jacket before I could put it on, so I sat back down to wait. Normally I would have been pleased at the prospect of a ride with my husband, but I could not seem to get my mind off Isobel Van
AVS
Allen.
Media Demo.
Perhaps she really had been ill and hadn't wanted Desmond to know. I glanced at our connecting doorway. Milo was not finished dressing, and Winelda was not ready to relinquish my jacket. Perhaps I should look in
AVS
on Miss
Media
Van Allen
Demo.
again before we left. I was sure she wouldn't be pleased to be bothered again, but it would set my mind at ease to know that she was all right. I'll be right back, Winelda. All right, madam, I'm nearly finished.
AVS Media
I left my
Demo.
room and went down the hall. Miss Van Allen, I called, knocking lightly on the door to her room. It had apparently not been securely closed after she had spoken with us, for it opened beneath my
AVS
fist.
Media Demo.
I could see inside, but not very well. The heavy curtains were still drawn, and the room was dark. Perhaps she was still sleeping after all. If so, I didn't want to disturb
AVS
her.
Media Demo.
She had not seemed at all pleased with Mr. Roberts for doing so this morning. I hesitated on the threshold, something within me both urging me to go in and warning me to retreat. It occurred to me
AVS
that she
Media
might be
Demo.
worse. Perhaps I should check on her and call for a doctor if her condition had not improved. Miss Van Allen, I called softly. I stepped into the room and stepped immediately
AVS
into
Media
a puddle
Demo.
of wine, the glass lying empty on its side not far from the door. My eyes followed the puddle, and it was then I saw Isobel Van Allen lying on the floor, still in her black robe,
AVS Media
arm
Demo.
outstretched, her head turned away from the door. I was glad that I had followed my instincts. We would need to summon a doctor at once. I went down to my knees beside her, the wine soaking into my
AVS
trousers.
Media Demo.
Miss Van Allen? Isobel? I reached out and touched her outstretched hand. It was cool to the touch, but not cold. I tried to gather her into my arms to see if I could rouse her, but as she
AVS
fell
Media
heavily against
Demo.
me, her head fell back, her dark, unseeing eyes staring up at me. I gasped, too horrified to scream, and, gently laying her back on the floor, stumbled to my feet and out into the hallway,
AVS Media
just as
Demo.
Milo came around the corner. He stopped when he saw me, an expression I had never seen crossing his face. "Oh, God," he breathed. I looked down and
AVS
realized
Media
that
Demo.
it was not wine in which I was covered. It was blood. 9. Milo was at my side in 2 long strides, his eyes moving
AVS
over me,
Media
his
Demo.
hands running over my arms and then my torso.
Where is it coming from?
I couldn't seem to speak. To form the words seemed an impossible task. I
AVS
felt
Media
incredibly
Demo.
lightheaded, and my legs felt as though they wouldn't hold me much longer. "She's dead. She's dead." The words kept playing over and over in my mind, but I couldn't seem to make myself say them.
AVS Media
He
Demo.
grasped my shoulders, his voice firm but very gentle.
Amory, look at me.
I blinked, then forced myself to focus to meet his gaze. The intensity in his bright blue
AVS
eyes
Media
captured my
Demo.
attention, as did his next words.
Where are you bleeding, darling?
It was only then I realized that he thought the blood was mine. I had stumbled into the hallway soaked in blood. Of course he had thought I was
AVS
injured.
Media Demo.
I hastened to reassure him, but the words were slow in coming. "No, it's not mine. She's... I pointed to Miss Van Allen's room, my hand shaking.
AVS Media
His hand
Demo.
still gripping my arm, Milo stepped into the threshold and looked into the room. One short glance was apparently all it took. Then he moved back to my side.
Are you hurt, darling?
"No,
AVS Media Demo.
I wanted to explain what had happened. I wanted to know what he was going to do about Isobel Van Allen and to tell him that we should call for help, but I could not seem to find the words. It was as though I knew what I wanted to say, but my mind
AVS
was not
Media
completely
Demo.
connected to my body. My thoughts were racing too quickly for me to catch hold of one enough to speak it. It was a maddening sensation.
You're certain you're all right?
Yes, but...
AVS Media
I drew in a
Demo.
deep breath, trying to calm myself. It was just so awful. But perhaps there was still hope. She hadn't been cold. I started to step toward the room, but he slipped his hand around my
AVS
waist
Media
and blocked
Demo.
me from the doorway.
There's nothing you can do, darling,
He said.
Come away.
He was right, of course. That much was perfectly obvious, though I hadn't wanted to believe it. There was nothing
AVS
anyone would be
Media
able to
Demo.
do for Isobel Van Allen. Half supporting me, Milo led me down the hall and back to my room. As he ushered me into the bedroom, Winelda turned from where she was brushing my riding jacket. She took one look at me and
AVS Media
screamed
Demo.
very loudly. It was enough to rouse me somewhat from my stupor. "I'm all right," I said. It isn't mine." My voice was steady, if a bit faint.
Winelda, draw Mrs.
AVS
Ames a
Media
bath.
Demo.
She stood staring at us.
Winelda, please do as I ask,
Milo said impatiently. She gave a little sob and fairly ran into the bathroom. Milo sat me down in a chair and knelt
AVS
before me,
Media
deftly
Demo.
unbuttoning my blood-stained blouse.
It's going to be all right, darling. You've had a shock. We'll get you cleaned up and you'll feel much better.
"You should send for a doctor," I said. He hesitated for only an instant.
AVS
There's
Media
no need
Demo.
for a doctor.
I had known it from the moment I saw her, but I hadn't wanted to believe it. She's dead. I whispered.
Yes.
There was so much blood.
I know, darling.
AVS Media Demo.
He stripped off the bloody blouse I was wearing and tossed it aside. I hugged myself against the cold of the room and the deeper cold I felt inside, but Milo swiftly removed his jacket and put it over my
AVS
shoulders.
Media Demo.
Then he leaned down to pull off my riding boots. The brightly polished boots were now stained with blood. I looked down at my trousers, the fawn-coloured fabric bright red, and felt a wave of dizziness. Milo
AVS
looked up
Media
and must have
Demo.
noticed that I had paled, for he cupped my face in his hand, drawing my eyes from my bloodied trousers to his face.
It's all right, darling.
I nodded. It wasn't all right, but I loved him for trying
AVS
to
Media
convince me that it
Demo.
was. Winelda came out of the bathroom, wringing her hands.
"Oh, madam,"
she said, her voice breaking.
"Oh, madam."
Winelda, you must get hold of yourself.
Milo
AVS
said firmly.
Media Demo.
I need you to tend to Mrs. Ames.
She did a very poor job of stifling another sob, and it was apparent that I was going to have to collect myself before she went into hysterics. I wished for the first time in my life that I had been
AVS
inclined
Media
to
Demo.
carry smelling salts. Instead, I drew in a deep, steadying breath. "It's all right," I said calmly. There's been an accident, I'm afraid. Miss Van Allen is dead."
AVS Media Demo.
Winelda's hand went to her mouth. Milo took both my hands in his. The warmth of his grip was reassuring.
Will you be all right if I leave for a moment?
Yes, I'll be fine.
AVS
I'm much
Media
better now."
Demo.
He studied me for a moment as though to be sure I meant it, then rose and turned to Winelda.
Can I trust you to look after her?
She nodded. "Yes, Mr. Ames. I'll look after
AVS
her."
Media Demo.
Good. Help her off with the rest of her clothes and get her into the bath,
Milo said. He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket, and though he turned his back to me, I could see that he was
AVS
wiping the
Media
blood from his
Demo.
hands. He turned to me as he reached the door.
I'd better notify Lyons and ring for the police.
I looked up at him, and our eyes met. We were both thinking the same
AVS
thing.
Media Demo.
Isobel Van Allen was dead, and despite what I had told Winelda, it most definitely had not been an accident. By the time I had washed the blood away in the
AVS
bath and
Media
Winelda had
Demo.
helped me into a dark tweed suit, I was again fully in possession of my faculties. I felt incredibly tired, drained of energy, but my thoughts were clear. I almost wished that they weren't, for I could still remember the sensation of the blood seeping into my clothes, though I hadn't been aware of what it was at the time. Even worse, I kept picturing Isabel's dark eyes, staring blankly up at the ceiling, the brightness that had flashed in them completely gone. A chill swept through me. "Are you all right, madam? Can I get you anything? Perhaps some tea?" Winelda seemed to have calmed herself, and I was glad that we had both escaped the throes of full-blown hysteria. "Thank you, Winelda, no. I need to go down to the drawing room. I shall have to go down and speak to the police shortly." In truth, I would have liked nothing better than to drink a hot cup of tea and lie down for the rest of the day. My head was beginning to ache, and I did not relish spending the next hours answering pressing questions. Unfortunately, I knew from experience what would be required of me. Milo had come back shortly after leaving me to ascertain that I was all right, and then had gone away again to speak with the doctor and the local coroner, who had apparently arrived together. I supposed they were examining the body. So sad and strange to think of Isobel Van Allen in that way, but they would no doubt wish to see me soon. "I can't believe it's happened again, madam," Winelda said mournfully. Bodies turning up wherever you go. Yes, it's dreadful, I answered. As dreadful as it was, however, I could not say that I was completely surprised. It had been shocking, of course, to find Isobel dead, but I had been uneasy since I had arrived at Lyonsgate. With emotions running high and so many secrets running deep, it had almost seemed only a matter of time before something awful happened. Not that I had expected murder, but I had seen firsthand the lengths to which people would go when they were crossed, and Isobel Van Allen had crossed a great many people. As I went out into the hallway, I glanced in the direction of Miss Van Allen's door. It was closed. I wondered if the doctor and the police were still inside. It appeared they were, for the drawing-room was empty save for Redinald Lyons. He was pacing the room, his face white. He held a cigarette between his fingers, but he seemed to have forgotten it was there, for the ash had built up on the tip and crumbled, unnoticed, to the rug as he paced. He stopped for a moment when he saw me.
"This is a rotten business, Mrs. Ames," he said.
His voice sounded as tired as I felt. Yes, I replied. I could think of nothing better to say. Are the police upstairs?
Yes, your husband was kind enough to show them to Isobel's room. I have an aversion to blood, you see.
If possible, he had grown even paler as he said this. Perhaps you should sit down, Mr. Lyons, I said gently. He seemed too weary to protest, and sank into a chair by the fire, rubbing his face with his hand. I remembered that Laurel had once spoken of the difficult time Reggie had had upon returning home from the war. He had seen some very bad things, she said. Things he vowed never to speak of, but that had apparently replayed before his eyes at odd moments as he stared off into the distance. I was glad he had not come across me when I had stumbled from Isobel's room. Milo had been surprised, and I thought momentarily shocked, but it was not the sort of thing that would trouble him for long. It would have had a much worse impact upon Redinald Lyons. Hurried footsteps echoed along the entrance hall, and Laurel came running to the drawing-room.
"Is it true?" she asked. "Is Isobel dead?"
"Yes. I found her," I said.
"Oh, no,"
she whispered, coming to my side and clutching my arm.
"Are you all right, Amory?"
"Yes, I'm fine now."
"But what happened? I know she was ill. Was it a heart attack or some such thing?"
I shook my head. No. I'm afraid she was murdered. Laurel's hand flew to her mouth.
"No. Are you certain?"
I glanced at Redinald Lyons and lowered my voice. There was a great deal of blood.
"Good heavens,"
she whispered. A log popped loudly in the fireplace just then, and Reggie flinched. "Perhaps you had better talk to him," I told her quietly. "He's having a time of it." She nodded and moved to where he sat, talking to him in a low, soothing voice. Milo came into the room then and came at once to my side.
"How are you feeling, darling?"
he asked in a low voice,
"Holding up?"
"Yes, I'm fine." I offered him an unsteady smile. "Thank you."
"Let me get you a drink."
I shook my head. "I don't need one, thank you. I'm quite well." He studied my face as though trying to determine if I was telling the truth.
"You don't look well,"
he said at last. "It was certainly a shock, but I assure you I am quite composed." I didn't, of course, feel well, but I did not intend to have him fussing over me. I was not accustomed to it. He didn't have time to argue the point, for two more gentlemen entered the room. I had had few dealings with policemen in my life, but my involvement in two other mysteries over the course of the last year had given me a good idea of what to expect, and I might have picked these men out as policemen if I had passed them on Regent Street. The first gentleman was tall and thin, with dark hair and even darker eyes. He was obviously the superior officer, for the second man stood a bit behind him. Reggie stood wordlessly, as though waiting for them to pass sentence.
"Who found the body?"
the first man asked. "I did," I said, stepping forward. His dark eyes came to rest on my face, and I felt that he was taking my measure in the space of a moment.
"You are Mrs. Ames?"
he said. "Yes."
"Detective Inspector Laszlo," he said. "This is Sergeant Haynes. I would like to speak with you privately for a few moments."
"Certainly." I was not surprised by this request. In fact, I had suspected as much. Well, the sooner we began, the sooner it would be over. The inspector glanced first at Reggie and Laurel, and then at Milo, as though waiting for them to leave so we could begin our conversation. Milo's gaze caught mine, and I nodded reassuringly.
"If you will all come with me for a moment,"
Sergeant Haynes said, and they followed him from the room. Laurel looked back over her shoulder at me on her way out the door, and I could feel her silent encouragement.
"Have a seat, Mrs. Ames."
The inspector indicated a chair, and I sat. He did the same.
"Now tell me what happened, in as much detail as possible, if you please."
He spoke in a low voice, curiously devoid of any emotion. There was no solicitousness in it, and certainly no sympathy. I wondered if it was his way of inducing calm in a witness, or perhaps fear in the guilty. I recounted the morning leading up to the incident in what I hoped was a calm, clear manner. However, I found myself hesitating a bit when I came to describing the scene I had quite literally stumbled upon in Isobel's room. It was so ghastly, I hated to even think of it, let alone speak about it. He continued to watch me with those piercing eyes, however, and I did not intend to retreat. I realized that she must be dead, but some part of me hoped that there might be something left that we could do. I stopped, feeling a bit ill.
"And then what?"
he asked, completely unmoved by my tale. I went back out into the hall. I was somewhat in shock. Mr. Ames had just come looking for me, and he took me back to my room to change from my bloody clothes, and then he went at once to notify you."
"Where are those clothes now?"
I refused to show any hint of alarm at this question. He was trying to set me on edge, to make me feel as though I had something to hide, but I did not, and it wasn't going to work. "Still in my room, I suppose," I answered without hesitation. "My maid can fetch them for you, if you'd like."
"How was she killed, do you think?"
he asked suddenly. I wondered if this was meant to be a trick question. If so, it was a clumsy attempt on his part, and he would be disappointed in my answer. I did not intend to make guesses that might lead him to conclude that I had some sort of first-hand knowledge of the cause of death. "I expect the coroner could give you a better answer to that than I told him. His brows rose ever so slightly, and he continued to watch me expectantly. I interpreted this to mean my answer would not suffice. I could not blame him for attempting to trip me up if that was indeed what he was attempting to do. After all, I had found the body, and had emerged from the room doused in the victim's blood. I would be the first to admit that to an outside observer it would seem that I could very potentially be the murderer. I did not let this worry me, however. I was guiltless, and therefore impervious to his veiled accusations. I sighed. "I don't know how she was killed, Inspector. I only know that she was covered in blood. As soon as I found her, I went back out into the hallway to find help." I had told him as much already, but I was aware that policemen liked to repeat questions to see if the answers would be the same. I assumed she had been stabbed, of course. That would be the most logical explanation for all that blood. I wondered if they had found the murder weapon. I didn't recall seeing a knife or any such thing lying about, but my wits had not been at their sharpest at that particular moment. He seemed to have decided that I would not be baited into making some sort of self-incriminating remark, and decided to change the topic.
"Did you know Miss Van Allen well?"
he asked, casually, looking down at the notes he had written in his notebook. "No, not at all. We only met this week."
"And who invited you to come to Lyonsgate?"
he asked. "Mr. Lyons, naturally." I answered. "It's his house." His eyes came up from his notebook, and I could tell that he had taken exception to my tone. I was admittedly not being a very agreeable witness, but his manner was offensive, and I felt disinclined to be pleasant.
"And have you known Mr. Lyons long?"
"Not exactly, no. My cousin Laurel is an old friend of the Lyons family. She was invited, and my husband and I were also extended an invitation."
"I see. Does your cousin often secure invitations for you and your husband?"
"My cousin and I are very close friends and enjoy spending time together," I told him, suppressing a great many things I would rather have said.
"And there was no other reason?"
I hesitated, wondering if I should relate some of what had happened here. I suppose it was only a matter of time before someone mentioned the dead of winter and Isabel's troubled past, with most of the other guests at Lyonsgate. Then again, I very much doubted he would appreciate my input on the matter. He was still watching my face as all of this crossed my mind, and it seemed that he sensed my inner struggle.
"Is there anything else you wish to tell me, Mrs. Ames? Now would be the ideal time."
As much as I was beginning to detest this man, I could not deny that he was, in his official capacity, entitled to any relevant information I could give him. We were, after all, on the same side. I put aside, for the moment, my growing antagonism and told him the truth. Laurel thought there was the possibility of unpleasantness. There was some lingering resentment, you see, about a novel Miss Van Allen wrote some years ago.
"The Dead of Winter, you mean?"
It was not a question. He appeared to already know something about the book. I wondered if he remembered when it had been published, or if someone had mentioned it to him today, but I was sure he would not be receptive to such a question coming from me. "Yes," I answered. "It was an account of a death here at Lyonsgate 7 years ago, an account very thinly veiled as fiction. It caused quite a scandal at the time, and the young man she indicated was guilty of murder, Bradford Glen, killed himself not long afterward."
"I'm familiar with the book. Is there anything more?"
I was severely annoyed at his dismissive tone, but went on anyway. "Miss Van Allen announced at dinner last night that Bradford Glen was innocent and that she intended to write a second volume, one which would reveal the true identity of Edwin Green's killer."
"Yes. Mr. Lyons told me as much when I arrived."
"Then I'm afraid I don't know anything else that will be useful to you." I couldn't resist adding, "I hope my answers have been satisfactory."
"I was curious to see how much you would divulge,"
he said, his dark eyes once again resting on my face.
"Your husband seems remarkably unforthcoming."
"Yes, he's always that way. It's one of his less endearing traits." I smiled coldly, "But neither of us has anything to hide."
"In that case, Mrs. Ames, you have nothing to be concerned about."
"Is there anything more, Inspector?" I said, rising from my seat. He rose with me.
"Not at the moment."
"Very well. Good day." As much as I longed to be gone from the room, I couldn't resist turning at the door. It seems the most useful thing to do would be to read Miss Van Allen's manuscript. Whoever she planned to accuse of murder this time might be a good person with whom to start.
"Yes. Thank you, Mrs. Ames, for that most valuable tip,"
he said, smiling coldly in return.
"Unfortunately, The manuscript appears to have been burnt in the fireplace of Miss Van Allen's room.
10. By the time the body had been taken away and the detestable Inspector Laszlo had at last departed, it was nearly dinner time. Beatrice had had the foresight to ask the kitchen staff to lay out a cold supper that the guests could eat at their convenience. The entire house had been in an uproar all day, and no one wanted to go through the rigours of a formal dinner. We ate half-heartedly. I had not been very hungry, but I had known I would need to eat something in order to please Milo. He had been uncharacteristically solicitous all afternoon. I might almost have accused him of hovering had he displayed any sign of concern, but he treated me with a casual courtesy that gave no outward hint of alarm. Nevertheless, I caught him looking at me more than once, as though he were trying to make sure I was not suffering from shock or going to swoon at an inopportune moment. Granted, I had been very near swooning this afternoon. I almost felt a bit silly now for my reaction. The experience had been horrifying, of course, but I had always supposed myself to be very level-headed. I felt somehow that I should have been more composed when I had found Isobel Van Allen lying on the floor, that I should have been able to do something more than stumble from the room in a daze. It was just that there had been something paralyzing about the way her eyes had stared up at me, and then to look down and realize that I was covered in her blood. I shivered.
"Shall I get you a wrap, darling?"
Milo asked, drawing my attention back to the present. We sat in the drawing room with Reggie Lyons, Lucinda, and Laurel. We were absently drinking coffee, none of us saying much. I shook my head. Thank you, no. I think I'll go back to my room now. I rose, and the gentleman rose with me. Milo leaned toward me and spoke quiet.
"I need to have a few words with Lyons. You'll be all right until I come up."
"Of course," I said lightly. "I'm not a china doll, after all." He looked at me searchingly, and I smiled to reassure him. "Don't rush on my account."
"I'll walk up with you, Amory,"
Laurel said, rising from her seat. I would be glad for a few moments alone with her, for we had not yet had the opportunity to talk in private about the events of the day. After my infuriating interview with Inspector Laszlo, Sergeant Haynes had politely herded everyone into the drawing-room while our rooms were searched. The endeavour had proved fruitless. The murder weapon had not been found. Inspector Laszlo had then questioned everyone individually in one of the smaller sitting rooms. We had all been too much in shock, I think, for much discussion amongst ourselves, but I had been alert enough to note that no one had been with someone else in the hour leading up to the discovery of the body. This meant that anyone might have murdered Isobel Van Allen. After the police had gone, and we had eaten our light supper, Milo, Laurel, and I had found our way back to the drawing-room. Apparently Reggie Lyons had been in the drawing-room all evening, and I rather had the impression that he lacked the energy to go upstairs. Lucinda had been, no doubt, interested in the proceedings, or perhaps the chance to spend more time with my husband. The others had gone back to their rooms, and I couldn't blame them. I would never have thought I would be so glad to ensconce myself in that draughty chamber. Laurel and I excused ourselves and made our way up the stairs. "What did you make of that, Inspector?" I asked her, hoping we might commiserate on his ill manners. Her answer was the last thing I expected.
"He's very handsome,"
she said.
"Is he?"
I asked evasively. I hadn't noticed.
"I should have thought you might have noticed, as you have an affinity for tall, dark men."
"I assure you the thought never crossed my mind."
"He's not nearly as handsome as Milo, of course," she said flatly, "but then most men aren't."
Since Laurel had always claimed that Milo's good looks were at the root of his bad behaviour, I knew it was not meant to be a compliment. "Good-looking or not, his manners were abominable," I answered. She laughed.
"He's not that bad, Amory, surely. In fact, I thought him rather pleasant."
I was not surprised that Inspector Laszlo had treated my cousin with courtesy. Not only was she a striking woman, she possessed a knack for making people feel at ease. With the exception of Milo, I had never met anyone who hadn't taken to her at once. "I think he suspects me of killing Isobel," I said. At this, her smile faded.
"Surely not."
"I came from the room, covered in blood. I suppose it was only natural to wonder if it was me."
"Well, it's all very preposterous. I assume you told him as much."
"I did." Her smile returned.
"In no uncertain terms, I imagine. Then it's no wonder you didn't get along with him."
I couldn't argue with her. The inspector had set my teeth on edge, and I had lost all desire to attempt to charm him.
"Well, I hope you gave him a good set to. It should be immediately apparent to anyone that you wouldn't do such a thing."
We had reached Isobel's room then, and passed the door in respectful silence, as one might pass a tombstone. When we reached the door to Laurel's room, she looked back.
"My room is nearest Isabel's, you know. Inspector Laszlo asked if I had heard a scream or sounds of a struggle."
I felt rather idiotic that I hadn't thought of it before now. "Did you hear anything?"
"No, it seems I should have done, doesn't it? She must have cried out."
"The doors are solid oak," I said, "incredibly thick. Even if she had cried out, we might not have heard it."
"It seems strange, though, that no one should have heard anything in a room where a life-and-death struggle had occurred. To think I was so close when it happened."
She looked at me, her expression troubled.
"Who might have done it, Amory?"
"I was going to ask you the same question," I said. "You know these people better than I do. Who might have committed murder?"
She shook her head. "I can't imagine it. It seems as though Isobel must have been right, doesn't it? She said that the murderer was still at large, and then she was killed. Someone must have done it to silence her."
"Be careful, Laurel," I said. She looked up at me, her eyes dark.
"I was going to say the same to you."
The day had been a dreadful one, and I was extremely tired, but I felt that I could not rest, not just yet. I had told Milo I was going to my room, and I intended to, but it had occurred to me that I had not seen Desmond Roberts since the incident had occurred. I knew that he must have spoken to the inspector, for none of us could have escaped his probing. I assumed he had retreated to his room afterward, however, for I had not seen him since. I wondered how he was faring. Not well, I suspected. He seemed to me a sensitive young man, and I knew he had no doubt taken Isobel's death very hard. He and Isobel had been friendless among the group at Lyonsgate, and he would feel even more alone now that his lover, the last link to his home in Africa, was dead. I went to the door of his room, and, after a moment's hesitation, I knocked on it. There was no answer at first, and I felt a wave of unease recalling what had happened earlier this afternoon. "Mr. Roberts?" I called, despite the fact that he likely couldn't hear me through the thick wood. "It's Mrs. Ames. May I talk to you for a moment?" There was no answer from within, but a moment later the door opened. Mr. Roberts stood in the doorway. He looked even worse than I had expected. His dark hair was tousled, his shirt rumpled and half unbuttoned, and he smelled very strongly of alcohol. He didn't say anything, just glanced at me with red-rimmed eyes and then slumped slightly against the doorway. He looked so young and distraught that I fought the urge to soothe him and tuck him into bed. Given the circumstances, however, I didn't think it was a good idea to be alone with him. I didn't think he was a killer, but I had been wrong before. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Roberts," I said gently. "Is there anything I can do?"
"No," he said,
looking past me into the empty hallway.
"There's nothing to be done now. It's all over. Poor, poor Isobel."
He rubbed a trembling hand across his eyes.
"I never wanted it to end this way."
"Please, Mr. Roberts, Desmond, you mustn't think about that now."
We were the last ones to see her alive, he said, his gaze becoming suddenly intense. If only she had said something. She knew something was wrong, I'm certain of it, but why didn't she say so? Why didn't she let me know?
His voice had risen. He was clearly very distraught, and I hoped that he wouldn't do harm to himself intentionally or otherwise. Grief and alcohol had proven a poor combination, and I wondered if I should call for Mr. Lyons or one of the other gentlemen to attend to him.
She knew something was about to happen, he went on, the way she spoke to me. The words she said to you, do you remember? Look after my dear Desmond. That's what she said. She knew that something was going to happen.
I hesitated as I considered the words. I had felt unaccountably uneasy about our final conversation with Miss Van Allen this afternoon. It was what had caused me to look in on her before my ride with Milo. Had there been something else in what she had said, something unspoken that had unsettled me? "What do you think it was?" I asked carefully. Mr. Roberts was undoubtedly in a troubled emotional state, but there might be something in what he said, some important detail that he might remember.
I don't know. I've tried to think, but I just don't know.
He ran a hand through his dark hair, and the dark lock that fell across his forehead made him look even younger than he was. I felt another little pang of pity for him. "Don't think about it now," I said gently. "You must try to keep up your strength. Will you eat something? Or at least have some tea?" He shook his head.
I couldn't.
I had suspected as much, but it hadn't hurt to try. I only wished that there was something I could do for him. It wouldn't do well for him to sit mourning alone in his room all night.
"The police will think I did it,"
he said suddenly. I looked up at him, unsure at first of how to respond. The police would look very carefully at Isobel Van Allen's lover. He was, after all, the one who had travelled with her from Africa, the one who presumably knew her secrets. I didn't know Desmond Roberts at all. It was quite possible that he had done it. I didn't like to think so, but it had been very clear that his relationship with Isobel Van Allen was a volatile one. Might she have finally pushed him too far? I was very careful to let none of these thoughts cross my face as I gave him what I hoped was an optimistic expression. "I'm sure the police will make sure the guilty party is caught."
Did she suffer much, I wonder? He looked at me with haunted eyes. I can't bear to think how awful it must have been.
I didn't like to think of it either. It could not have been a nice way to die. I was trying to think of something to say when I heard a polite clearing of the throat.
"Mrs. Ames?"
I looked up to see Parks standing a discreet distance from the doorway.
"Pardon the interruption, madam, but I wonder if I may be of some assistance."
I felt an immense relief at the suggestion. If anyone was equipped to deal with such a situation, it was Milo's unflappable valet. "Yes, thank you, Parks. Mr. Roberts isn't feeling well. Do you think you might help him into bed?"
"Certainly, madam."
He came at once to the door and adeptly ushered the compliant Mr. Roberts back inside. As I walked away, I heard Desmond say, his voice cracking,
"I can't believe she's dead. Oh, Isobel, Isobel! How can I live without you?"
It was not until I was back in my room that I felt the full weight of the day's events descend upon me with incredible force. I needed a few moments alone to process everything that had happened today. I dismissed Winelda at once, despite her worried glances in my direction, and began to prepare myself for bed. I washed my face, barely noticing the frigid temperature of the water, and changed numbly into my nightgown. Then I sat on the edge of my bed
staring into the fireplace. I had never been one much given to emotion, but I couldn't help but feel the effects of this tragedy. Something about Mr. Roberts's final anguished cry had pushed it all to the forefront. Unbidden, tears sprang to my eyes, and I allowed myself a moment to cry.
Darling.
Milo's voice from the adjoining doorway behind me should have startled me, given the state of my nerves, but somehow it was as though I had sensed him there before he spoke. I hurriedly wiped away my tears before rising from the bed and turning to face him. Yes? He came into the room.
Are you all right?
Yes, of course. I'm fine. Just a bit overwhelmed by everything, I suppose.
It has been a terrible day for you.
I shrugged. It's not the first such day I've had, is it? Milo and I had discovered a body together once before. That time it had been awful, but there had been something worse about seeing Isobel Van Allen lying there on the floor and holding her lifeless body in my arms. Milo was not at all fooled by my bravado.
You needn't always put on a brave face, you know,
he said gently. Fresh tears sprang to my eyes. I pressed my lips together, willing myself not to cry, but then Milo came and pulled me against him, and the gesture itself caused more tears to flow. Emotions were not something I shared easily, not even with my husband. Though it shamed me to admit it, I was unaccustomed to deriving comfort from Milo. Ours had not exactly been a traditional marriage, and his new role as protector was something new to me. I had always made every effort to hide my vulnerability, but there was something immensely reassuring about leaning into him, allowing him to share the burden for a moment. It was so awful, Milo, I whispered against his chest. All that blood.
I know, darling, he murmured, stroking my hair. Try not to think about it.
I can't seem to stop, I said. I allowed him to hold me for a moment longer, and then I pulled back, sniffling, and took the handkerchief from his pocket to dab my eyes. I don't know why I'm taking it so hard. I didn't even know her, not really, and it wasn't as though we might ever have been friends.
No, he said. She was not a very likeable person.
Oh, I know everyone hated her, but I felt sorry for her. I think she was dreadfully unhappy, and poor Mr. Roberts is inconsolable. Who would do such a thing?
That's not for you to worry about, he said. I'm going to take you back to London as soon as the police allow it.
I frowned. That isn't necessary.
I think it is. I don't want you to stay here any longer. Once the inspector releases us, I intend to go back to our flat and forget all about this rotten mess. I've half a mind to throttle Laurel for suggesting you come in the first place.
I stared at him as he took a cigarette from the silver case in his pocket and went to retrieve a match from a box on a table near the fireplace. It was not at all like him to order me about. It's been a dreadful day, of course, but that's no reason for us to abandon Laurel and the others. I know you dislike Laurel, but what I dislike, he interrupted, turning to face me, is the sight of my wife covered in blood. So that was it. He had thought the blood was mine, and it had shaken him more than I had realized. I felt a rush of love for him as I looked up into his handsome, impassive face. I'm fine, Milo. Really. He blew out a stream of smoke.
You will be much better in London.
It seemed he had made up his mind. Well, then, I would have to work to change it. Let's not discuss it now, I said. I was in no mood for a row. Perhaps tomorrow he would be more reasonable. He was not fooled by my attempts to put him off, however.
I know perfectly well what you are doing, darling, and it won't work to change the subject. But you've had a long day. Perhaps you should get some rest.
I shook my head. I can't sleep. Not now. There are too many things on my mind. He watched me as I stepped closer. I could certainly do with a distraction.
Are you trying to seduce me, madam?
He asked. Is it working? I asked softly. He tossed his cigarette into the fireplace and pulled me into his arms. 11. We all met for breakfast, as if by some tacit agreement. Everyone was there, with the exception of Mr. Roberts. I made a mental note to look in on him again later in the day. The kitchen staff appeared to have felt the need to compensate for having not prepared dinner the previous night, for it was the most lavish breakfast spread as of yet. We dutifully filled our plates, though I think most of us had very little appetite. I still felt a bit drained, but my emotions were once again firmly in hand. For one thing, if I was going to convince Milo to remain at Lyonsgate until the matter was cleared up, I would have to show him that I was not traumatized by recent events. I was not sure that I entirely cared for his newly developed chivalrous streak. I was accustomed to doing as I pleased. It was Reggie who at last broached the subject that was foremost in everyone's mind.
We all spoke at one time or another yesterday, I believe, he said in a strained voice, but I want everyone to know that I'm dreadfully upset about all of this, and I intend to do everything in my power to see that the killer is brought to justice. Isobel's death is a tragedy.
Is it? Beatrice interrupted coolly. I'd say her death has been rather a boon to us all.
Beatrice!
Reggie cried, his face reddening. I'm only speaking the truth, Reggie. Something everyone always seems loath to do. She looked around the table, her gaze holding something of a challenge. With the exception of Mr. and Mrs. Ames, Isobel posed a threat to all of us. Her death is unfortunate, of course, but I cannot say that it is a great personal tragedy to me. Now that she is gone, there is little chance of her lies causing any more suffering. No one spoke for a long moment. I think all of the other guests agreed with her, but none of them much wanted to admit to such a callous sentiment. At last, Mr. Collins, Frida's husband, broke the silence.
It may be true, Mrs. Klein, that her death is inadvertently advantageous to us, but we must not forget that we are now all under suspicion for murder.
Mr. Roberts killed her, surely, Beatrice said dismissively. Oh, no, Lucinda protested. Surely not. I believe he was very much in love with her. I could tell by the way he looked at her. Love, more than any other emotion, has the capacity to make people violent, Beatrice replied. She said the words tonelessly enough, but I wondered what memories came with them. Was she thinking of whatever had transpired between Edwin Green and Bradford Glen? I glanced at Frida. She was looking straight ahead, her jaw tight. Perhaps she, too, was thinking back to the night that Edwin Green had died. I wondered what it was that she knew. It seemed to me that the key to Isobel's death lay somewhere in the past. If she had been correct that Mr. Green's murderer was still at large, then she had likely been killed to keep the killer's identity a secret. The only way to know the truth now would be to hear what the others had to say about Edwin Green's death. The stories, the long-suppressed memories of that night and the events leading up to it, were there just below the surface. If only I could get people to reveal what they knew.
The loss of any human life is a tragedy, Reggie said, seeming to have found at last the energy to rebut his sister. I hope, however, that you all know that you are welcome to stay at Lyonsgate for as long as you wish.
The police won't want us to leave anyway, Laurel replied, not until the guilty person has been caught. Silence fell again as we all attempted to think of the proper response.
One wanted the murderer to be caught, naturally, but it didn't seem in good taste to say so when it might very well be the person sitting beside one at the breakfast table.
That inspector fellow, Laszlo, will no doubt be back round today, asking more questions, Reggie went on.
What a nuisance, Beatrice said. We've told him everything we know. What more does he want?
It's a shame that none of us were together when it happened,
Gareth Winters said over his coffee cup.
It would have made eliminating the innocent parties much easier.
The artist had, I noticed, a knack for seeming to have no interest in the conversation, then joining it suddenly with a salient point. I had already ascertained that none of us had alibis. It was not exactly surprising, as it had been an odd hour of the morning, but it was certainly inconvenient. Where had everyone been at the time of the murder? I was just about to raise the question when Milo caught my gaze and gave me what could only have been interpreted as a warning look.
I know it's a nuisance, Reggie told his sister, but I think it would be best for us to cooperate as completely as possible. The sooner he is satisfied, the sooner our lives can go back to normal. But our lives haven't been normal, have they? Asked Mr. Winters. Nothing has been as it was before. Not since Edwin's death.
Our lives are what we have made them, Beatrice said. We will have to be content with them.
He smiled, and it was a strange smile.
As you say, Beatrice.
This curious exchange made me wonder even more about Gareth Winters. Of all the group at Lyonsgate, I found his true personality to be the hardest to gauge. He was always so silent, his pale eyes trained on something outside of the immediate. I wondered how much of his airy aloofness was affected. Was he truly so oblivious to the world around him, or did he choose this persona as a means of shielding who he truly was? If I could find a moment to speak with him alone, perhaps he would be more inclined to speak openly. Breakfast broke up then, and we rose from the table. Laurel came at once to my side.
I'm just going to keep Reggie company today, she said softly. I want to be certain that he is all right, but you will let me know if you need anything.
Yes, certainly. In any event, Milo has been quite attentive.
Has he?
Her brow quirked as she looked over my shoulder. I turned to see Lucinda Lyons talking animatedly to my husband. You know he can't resist being adored, I said dryly. Let him have his fun.
You've grown understanding in your old age.
We understand each other, I said, much better than we ever did. She shrugged.
So long as you are happy, my dearest one, after all, who am I to argue with the course of true love?
There was more than a hint of sarcasm in her tone, but I knew it was meant affectionately. Laurel and Reggie went out into the hallway, and I followed suit. I intended to speak to the others if I could. The problem was how to get rid of Milo while I did it. That problem, however, took care of itself. Emerging from the breakfast room, Lucinda Lyons followed me into the entrance hall, Milo not far behind her.
Oh, Mrs. Ames, she said breathlessly, would you mind dreadfully if your husband accompanied me on a walk? I can't bear to be in the house any longer, but I don't dare go out alone. It's so dreadful to think of what happened.
Yes, dreadful indeed, I said, but Mr. Ames certainly doesn't need my permission to enjoy the fresh air.
Wonderful! I'll just go get my coat and hat.
She must have ruled out Milo as the killer if she was willing to go walking alone with him. Of course, she might very well be the killer herself, in which case anything dastardly she did to Milo would be his own fault for falling prey to her pretty blue eyes.
I didn't intend to go out walking in the cold this morning, he said to me when Lucinda was gone, but it's just as well I leave you alone for a while. Perhaps you should go back to sleep. You tossed and turned most of the night.
I had a good many unpleasant dreams, I said. In any event, you needn't worry about me. I'm perfectly capable of amusing myself.
That's just what I'm afraid of. What do you mean to do?
To begin with, I want to talk with Mr. Winters.
Oh, what about?
He's a very interesting man. I was purposefully vague.
Yes, enthralling, Milo replied dryly.
You choose your friends, and I shall choose mine, I retorted. He smiled, but leaned closer and said,
I know I can't stop you from wheedling information out of people, but please be careful.
Don't fret so.
I mean it, Amory. Don't do anything imprudent.
I'm all ready for you, Mr. Ames, Lucinda called from the doorway, and now in a red wool coat and matching beret, an eager expression on her young face. I smiled at the appropriateness of my husband's warning. I might say the same to you. By the time Milo and Lucinda Lyons had left me, I was unsure of where Mr. Winters had taken himself off to. He wasn't in the drawing room, and I thought it might look strange if I hunted about the house for him. I decided to first go to my room to reconnoitre. Perhaps I would fetch The Dead of Winter and read for a while beside the drawing-room fire. As I made my way up the stairs, I turned over in my mind all that had happened. What did I know so far? Not much. Isobel Van Allen had not been much liked by anyone, and it seemed that everyone had had equal opportunity to slip into her room and kill her and destroy the manuscript on which she had been working. I wasn't at all surprised that the manuscript for the second book had been burned. It would have been very careless of a killer to murder Isobel and leave the incriminating manuscript lying about. Nevertheless, I had hoped that it would be left out to offer some sort of clue. I would just have to continue reading The Dead of Winter and see what secrets it might have to reveal. I was so lost in thought that I nearly bumped headlong into Mr. Collins. "Oh, excuse me," I murmured. I moved to step around him, but his hand shot out and caught my arm.
Wait just a moment.
His grip was not tight, but I was unaccustomed to being grabbed by strange gentlemen. I looked pointedly down at his hand on my arm, and he dropped it. "Yes, what is it?" I asked.
"I wanted to ask you about Mrs. Collins," he said.
His tone was friendly in an artificial way, as though he was unaccustomed to pleasantries. "What about her?"
"I only wondered if she's had some time to speak to you since we've been here."
It occurred to me that he could just as easily have asked her that question. He could only be asking me because he hadn't wanted to raise the question to his wife, or because he hadn't believed her answer. "We chatted for a few moments yesterday," I told him truthfully.
"About what?"
What was presumably meant to be a casual question came across as a gruff demand. I could not see in any event how it was any of his concern. "She told me about the children," I said. "It has been a long time since we've seen one another." He smiled.
"I'm sure she would like to renew her friendship with you."
He was making a tremendous effort to be agreeable, but the result was not at all successful. I liked him less now than ever. "Yes," I said, "I should like that too. Now, if you will excuse me." He nodded, the insincere smile still frozen on his face, and I moved past him. That was very strange. I had the distinct impression that he was uneasy about what his wife might have told me. That could only mean that he had something to hide. One thing was certain.
I had not had a chance to talk with Frida since the murder, but I certainly intended to now. "You're looking much better today, madam," Winelda said cheerily as I came into the room. "Last night you were as pale as a ghost. I was quite concerned about you." "I do feel better today, thank you." "It must have been very dreadful, finding Miss Van Allen lying dead in a great pool of blood?" "Yes, very dreadful indeed." She seemed disappointed that more information was not forthcoming and chose a more direct approach. "Was she cut all to pieces?" I knew that Winelda had a penchant for the macabre, and thus managed to be not entirely horrified by her question. "I did not have time to notice what kind of wounds she had," I said, "but I can assure you the body was all in one piece." I had the impression that this answer was not satisfactory. She wanted tales of gore, but I had thought quite enough about those moments in Isobel Van Allen's room and did not intend to relive them. "Well, she was stabbed a great many times, so the police said," she told me at last, deciding to share what she knew since I was disinclined to elaborate on my own experience. "But they haven't found the weapon, you know." "Yes, I know," I said. "I wondered where the killer might have hidden it." "They're sure the killer must have hidden it somewhere," she went on, "but so far they haven't been able to find it." "How did you learn all of this, Winelda?" I asked. "Oh, I just heard things here and there." I suspected this information had been gleaned by darting up and down the stairs all day yesterday, talking to members of the household staff and, no doubt, peeking around corners. I wasn't about to quibble about her methods, however. "Was there anything else?" She paused to think. "Well, most of the household staff was accounted for, so the police are fairly certain it was one of you." She stopped. "That is, I mean—" "Yes, I understand what you mean," I told her. "Did you speak with that inspector?" "Yes, but only briefly. He wasn't much interested in me, madam, though he did ask me if you were in your room all that time. I told him that you were, though I was sure you had already told him as much and your word was quite as good as mine." "Thank you, Winelda." "And I told him that you were quite upset because you had found Miss Van Allen dead, and that it was a great shock to you. And then he did the most dreadful thing. You'll never guess. He asked to see the bloody clothes, I suppose." Her eyes widened, and she nodded, duly impressed. "I should have known you'd guess, madam, being a detective yourself and all. He took the clothes and examined them closely." "Did he take them away?" She shook her head. "No, he told me I could do as I wished with them." "Then dispose of them, please." "Yes, madam." I had no doubt that my clothes had borne out my story. The blood would have been thickest on the knees of my trousers, where I had unwittingly knelt in Isabel's blood. My shirt had been badly stained as well, but from holding Isabel against me. I wouldn't have imagined it would have looked the same had I participated in the stabbing. I shuddered a bit at the thought. "Did you hear anything else, Winelda? From the police or from anyone else?" She shook her head. "The police were fairly careful about talking in front of the domestics, and the doors are too thick for listening through." I didn't ask her how she had come by this knowledge, and she did not volunteer the information. This had all been rather enlightening, and I was glad that I had had the chance to talk to my resourceful maid. As ever, she had proven to be a font of information. I went to where the Dead of Winter sat on the table near the fire and picked it up. I hadn't had the opportunity to read any more of it since I had first started, and I found that the idea was oddly distasteful now. Perhaps I would wait just a bit longer to do my research. In any event, perhaps I should keep reading the offending book on my own rather than flaunting it in the drawing room for all to see. The less interested I appeared to the others, the better.
Oh, madam, there was one other thing I forgot, Winelda said. It might be of interest to you. I turned. When Parks was in Mr. Roberts's room, he noticed something. Mr. Roberts wanted a picture of Isobel that was in the drawer of the bureau, so Parks went to fetch it for him. But then Parks saw that there was something else in the drawer, tucked in among Mr. Roberts's things. I waited. It was... Now let me think. She frowned, concentrating. He said, "Oh, it was... No, that's not it. Well, I can't remember exactly what Parks said it was, but it was some kind of poison." 12. Leave it to Winelda to save the most startling of revelations for last. "Is Parks certain it was poison?" I asked. "Oh, yes, madam. He was very sure about it. He saw the label. Parks is very clever, you know." "Yes, I know. But why didn't he say something?" She frowned. "He did, madam. To me." I understood what she meant. Parks was not nearly as garrulous as Winelda. He would not have said anything to Milo. He would not have felt it his place to do so. Did he tell the police? The police had searched our rooms after the murder, but presumably they had only been looking for bloody knives and had overlooked the bottle in Mr. Roberts's drawer. "No," she said, "Miss Van Allen wasn't poisoned after all." She hadn't been poisoned, but she had been ill the night before she died. I wondered if the poison might have had anything to do with it. "It is curious, though, isn't it, madam?" "Yes," I said. "That is very curious." Why would Desmond Roberts have brought poison with him to Lyonsgate? Had he been intending to murder someone? It was all so perplexing. I added the mysterious poison to my list of things that I would need to know more about. With this newest information swirling about in my mind, I went back out into the hall. I wanted to see if I could locate either Frida or Mr. Winters. If I could find Frida, I wanted to see if I could determine what it was that her husband had been worried she would tell me. Mr. Collins had come from their rooms and seemed to be going back to the drawing room. I wondered if it was possible that Frida might still be in her room. I went to her door and knocked. For a long moment I heard nothing. Then she opened it. I was not imagining the look of relief on her face when she saw me. Who did she think I had been? "Hello, Frida," I said. "I came to look in on you. I wondered if perhaps you'd like to go out walking." She paused. I don't think so, but thank you. I'm not feeling very well." "I expect we're all a bit ill at ease, considering all that's happened. It was dreadful about Isobel." I had learned from past experience that it was often best just to address directly what I was thinking. It saved time. "Yes, I understand you found her. I can't imagine." Her voice trailed off. She could imagine, I supposed. After all, she was the one who had found Edwin Green dead in the snow. "Who might have done it?" I asked. She looked at me, doing nothing to hide the worry in her expression. "I don't know." "Haven't you any idea?" I asked the question conspiratorially, as though we were once again those young girls discussing the boys we fancied. "No, I've really no idea. I was writing letters in my room after breakfast. Philip had gone out walking. Henson saw him go out." I had not asked for her whereabouts, and the information was only slightly useful. It only proved that either of them might have killed Isobel. It crossed my mind to wonder if they would have provided one another with alibis had Henson not seen Mr. Phillips going out. I wondered if anyone had seen him come back to the house. My thoughtful silence appeared to have unnerved her, for she began to speak again. I've thought about it, and it seems to me—" She stopped. "Yes? I don't know. I think Beatrice was right at dinner last night. Love is a very powerful thing, perhaps powerful enough to make one kill." "Mr. Roberts, you mean?" She shook her head and her expression became guarded. "I don't know. Perhaps we will never know. It seems unlikely that the police will let the matter drop," I said lightly. "Murderers have gone unpunished before." She stepped back slightly, her hand on the door as if to close it. "It's been lovely talking with you, Amory, but if you'll excuse me, I have a letter I must finish writing." "Of course." She began to close the door, and then halted, looking out at me, a troubled expression in her eyes. "I know murder is wrong, and perhaps it's wicked of me, but somehow I can't help but feel that Isobel brought it on herself." I walked back downstairs, lost in thought. I had been a bit surprised by Frida's sentiments, but I suspected they were shared by most of the others at Lyonsgate. No one, with the exception of Mr. Roberts, mourned Isobel Van Allen's passing. In fact, it had come as a relief to most of them. Though I would not have put it exactly as Frida had, it did seem that Isobel had done her best to make people angry. She had cultivated an atmosphere of suspicion and malice, and it had been her downfall. Not, of course, that that was any excuse for murder. What had Frida meant by murderers having gone unpunished? She might have been speaking in generalities, but it had seemed to me there was something more to her words. Perhaps I would have an opportunity to continue the conversation with her later. I went into the drawing room, hoping to find Mr. Winters there, and was surprised to see Desmond Roberts sitting near the window, gazing out across the sprawling lawns. He looked up when I entered and rose at once.
"Good morning, Mrs. Ames."
He was still very pale beneath his bronzed skin, and there were dark circles around his eyes. Both features were accentuated by the bright morning light shining through the window, but he appeared much more composed than he had been last night. "Good morning. Please sit down. I didn't mean to disturb you."
No, please.
AVS
Come in,
Media
won't you?"
Demo.
he asked.
I'd rather like the company. I came down and found that there was no one about, so I thought I would sit here for a while. I felt I needed to leave my room."
AVS Media
I
Demo.
agree. It's not good for you to stay there all alone. I came and took a seat across from him, studying his taut, handsome face. "Have you had anything to eat?" He shook his head.
I can't. Not yet.
AVS Media Demo.
"Perhaps some coffee?"
Perhaps later. I am feeling rather ill this morning."
"I'm sorry to hear it," I said. He did look unwell. His skin was pasty in
AVS
colour,
Media
almost
Demo.
grey, and the sheen of perspiration on it was visible from where I sat. Grief manifests itself in many different ways, and I was not at all surprised the poor boy was ill and without appetite. I did hope,
AVS
however,
Media
that he
Demo.
didn't go on starving himself. Perhaps Parks might be able to induce him to eat something later. I would tell Milo to put him on the job.
"I'm sorry about the way I was last night," he
AVS
said after
Media
a moment of
Demo.
silence. "I was not myself."
"Please don't apologize," I said. "I know it was a terrible shock. Is there anything I can do for you?"
"No," he said. "No, there's nothing. Thank you."
AVS Media
I felt
Demo.
again a pang of sympathy for him. His sense of loss and loneliness was almost tangible. I wondered if it was left to him to make the arrangements for Isobel's funeral alone. "Is there anything you need assistance with?"
AVS
I
Media
asked
Demo.
him gently. "Any family I should notify, or anything of that sort?" He shook his head.
"Isobel didn't have any family left, and I—"
His voice broke off, and he looked out
AVS
the window
Media
as though
Demo.
somewhere far away.
"I don't either,"
He said, at last. What about the funeral? I was not entirely comfortable pressing him on such a private matter, but I also knew that he was likely to need
AVS
support in the days
Media
ahead.
Demo.
When the shock had worn off, there would be a great many other matters to be attended to.
Isobel made arrangements to be buried in Kenya, he said.
I looked up, surprised. Arrangements?
AVS Media
Yes,
Demo.
when all of this is over, her body, will be sent back to Africa.
When did she make these arrangements? I asked, heedless of the impoliteness of such a question.
Several months ago, he said, when she started
AVS
planning to come
Media
back
Demo.
to England. She said she didn't want to be laid to rest in cold ground if anything should happen.
I see, I said, but I didn't, not really. It was a very strange thing for Isobel Van Allen to have
AVS
done.
Media Demo.
She was still fairly young and presumably healthy. I could think of no reason why she should have made arrangements for her own funeral before her journey. Perhaps it had been nothing more than careful planning on her part, but if so, it was certainly an odd
AVS
coincidence.
Media Demo.
It worried me, of course, but she only laughed and said for me not to fret. It was only a precaution. She always laughed at my worries.
His voice caught, and he clenched his jaw for a moment before continuing.
AVS Media
Now I'm
Demo.
glad she did it. I'm glad things will be as she wanted.
It will make it easier on you. I watched his face as he seemed to go through some interior struggle. He wanted
AVS
to say
Media
something,
Demo.
but wasn't sure how to go about it. At last, he came out with it.
As I told you, Mrs. Ames, I have spent most of my life in Africa. There is a great deal of superstition in that country, but I have always considered myself immune to
AVS
it.
Media
Good English
Demo.
common sense, you understand. But now I wonder,
Wonder what?
after all that's happened, I just can't help but wonder if Isobel knew somehow that she wasn't going to leave England
AVS
alive.
Media Demo.
13. Mr. Roberts excused himself a few moments later, and I was left alone to ponder this newest piece of information. It
AVS
seemed
Media
that
Demo.
Isobel Van Allen had suspected her visit to England might go badly. Why else would she have made arrangements to be carried out in the event of her death? If that was the case, however, why had she come back at all?
AVS Media
It just
Demo.
didn't make sense. I went out of the drawing room and into the entrance hall, still lost in thought, and I nearly ran directly into Mr. Winters. Oh, hello, Mr. Winters,
AVS Media
Hello.
Demo.
he said, not in the least startled by our near collision. I had already determined a means by which to engage him in conversation, and I put it into action at once. I see you are on your way to the drawing room,
AVS
said.
Media Demo.
The drawing room.
he asked, as though he didn't realize what room it was that he had been about to wander into. Yes, and I hate to disturb you, but there's a painting on the wall near the dining room that I'm curious
AVS
about.
Media
I was
Demo.
wondering if perhaps you could tell me a bit about it.
Certainly.
He followed me without either hesitation or enthusiasm. It was not all a ruse, for the piece had caught my eye every
AVS
time I
Media
had made
Demo.
my way to the dining room. It was a market scene done in vivid colours and seemed to date to the Renaissance. We went to stand before it, and Mr. Winters gazed at it with a somewhat blank expression,
AVS Media
almost as though he
Demo.
was looking through it. I knew that drugs had not been uncommon among the Lyonsgate set in their heyday, and I couldn't help but wonder if Mr. Winters still indulged. Somehow, however, I didn't
AVS
think
Media
so.
Demo.
It wasn't as though he was in a stupor. It was more of a perennial aloofness, as though he was half in this world and half in some world of his own.
It's an authentic piece,
He said, after
AVS
examining
Media
it for a moment
Demo.
longer.
but not worth much, I should think. There are, however, a great many pieces of value here at Lyonsgate. Reggie might have sold them off long ago if he didn't intend to return.
Perhaps Mr. Winters
AVS
was more
Media
mentally
Demo.
present than I had assumed he was,
Perhaps the vagueness was only a ruse that he used in order to protect himself from society. One thing was certain, he was more observant than I had given him credit for.
AVS Media Demo.
There is a similar piece at our country house, and I only wondered if it might be something worth insuring. Perhaps, he said vaguely. There do seem to be a good many lovely pieces here.
AVS
I don't know
Media
much about
Demo.
art, of course, but I do enjoy looking at it.
AVS Media
art
Demo.
here at Lyonsgate is in the portrait gallery. There are some fine pieces there, an Eakins, a Rubens, and an excellent portrait of Angelique Lyons, done by David before the Revolution.
AVS
That one, I
Media Demo.
expect, would fetch a pretty penny if Reggie could bring himself to part with it.
I shall have to look at the portrait gallery, I said.
I'll show you now if you like, he said.
It was the first hint of any real interest that I had
AVS
seen
Media
in Mr.
Demo.
Winters, and I hated to dampen it. Besides, it would give me an opportunity to broach the subject of Isobel's murder. I should like that, I told him. As we proceeded up the stairway,
AVS
I
Media
attempted to
Demo.
bring the conversation around to the matter at hand. I'm surprised the inspector hasn't been back again today.
I suppose he will return soon enough,
He answered with no hint of emotion. I still can't believe this has
AVS Media
happened.
Demo.
It's shocking.
Yes.
So far our conversation was not at all encouraging. I suspected it was going to be difficult to draw any sort of information out of Mr. Winters. The long
AVS
gallery,
Media
extending the length of the front of the house and panelled all in oak, was an impressive example of Tudor architecture. Though the curtains were drawn and it was quite dark, I could tell at once that it was a beautiful space.
AVS Media Demo.
Mr. Winters went with uncharacteristic quickness across the room and pulled back the red velvet drapes that hung across the wall of the windows, allowing the morning light to spill into the room. Dust mites danced in the sunbeams and the carpets were
AVS
faded,
Media
but the
Demo.
room was very beautiful nonetheless. Mr. Winters, too, was shown to best advantage by the room's illumination. His curls gleamed golden, and his startlingly pale eyes nearly glowed, the
AVS
colour
Media
something
Demo.
akin to light shining on cool water. He was rather like a piece of art himself. I turned to the wall opposite the windows, which held an impressive array of artwork, and studied it. Here were the
AVS
members of the
Media
Lyons
Demo.
family arrayed in all their glory. Dashing gentlemen in ruffled shirts and feathered hats, beautiful women bedecked in spangled gowns, solemn-faced children, and a fair share of dour-looking
AVS
elderly
Media
forebears.
Demo.
That's the Rubens there,
Mr. Winters said, pointing out a portrait of a stern-faced gentleman.
and the Eakins is that lady dressed as a shepherdess.
Which one is the David? I asked.
AVS Media Demo.
But I thought I already knew. I was by no means a connoisseur of art, but I knew a fine piece when I saw one. The woman was very beautiful, dressed in a flowing blue gown.
Did you notice anything about it?
AVS Media
Looking
Demo.
at me expectantly. I studied it. It's an excellent portrait. Should I recognize it?
She looks rather like Beatrice, don't you think?
I looked up again at the
AVS
pale,
Media
cool
Demo.
gaze of Angelique Lyons and could perhaps see the resemblance. Beatrice does look a bit like her.
Angelique Lyons killed her first husband in France.
He
AVS
said
Media
casually.
Demo.
My brows rose. Indeed?
It was he that had commissioned David to paint Angelique. Then they had a row not many months later, and she stabbed him. She left
AVS
Paris with a box
Media
of
Demo.
jewels and her portrait, taking Ivo Lyons for her second husband. He must have been a very understanding man.
I thought it likely that Angelique Lyons had been a very persuasive woman.
AVS Media Demo.
We walked along the room in silence, looking at the pieces. I spared the occasional glance at Mr. Winters as we went along, amazed at the change that had come over him. He was more animated than I had yet seen him, his eyes
AVS
bright,
Media
his expression
Demo.
clear. It was as though the art had acted as some sort of tonic. We reached the far end of the gallery, and I stopped, surprised, before a painting hung on the periphery.
AVS
"This
Media
one is of
Demo.
Miss Van Allen," I said, unable to hide my surprise. A sad smile appeared on Mr. Winters's lips.
Yes, he said. I painted it that summer. Isobel had me
AVS
hang it at
Media
the far
Demo.
end of the gallery as a sort of joke. I suppose Reggie never noticed, or perhaps he just didn't care.
I studied the painting. It was an excellent likeness. There was something different,
AVS
softer about
Media
her face,
Demo.
though her sharp eyes held the same mischief that I had seen in them across the dinner table. I couldn't help but wonder if it was a reflection of who Isobel had been, or who the artist had wanted her to be.
AVS
It was
Media
inevitable,
Demo.
I think, that Isobel would come to a bad end,
Mr. Winters said reflectively.
She lived her life recklessly.
I hid my surprise. In what way? He looked over
AVS
at me.
Media Demo.
In every way possible. You must have noticed how she goaded us. It was because she enjoyed the danger of it. She was always that way, always pushing people, trying to see how far she could go. It was as though...
AVS Media Demo.
His voice trailed off for a long moment before he finished.
It was as though she was most alive when she was tempting fate.
I felt there was no choice but to be
AVS
direct
Media
with Mr.
Demo.
Winters. We would get nowhere if we both remained vague. "Do you think she was killed because of what she was writing in her second book?" I asked him. He shrugged.
It might have been. Or it might
AVS
just have
Media
easily
Demo.
been her young man.
Mr. Roberts seems terribly distraught.
He shrugged again. I have never been good at seeing the insides of people. It is the outside that interests me.
AVS
He
Media
studied me as
Demo.
he said this. I had become somewhat used to his eerily searching gaze, but I still found those pale eyes a bit unnerving, especially as they almost glowed in the bright light of the portrait gallery. I wondered
AVS
if he was
Media Demo.
contemplating who might have killed Isobel. But when he at last spoke, it was on a different topic entirely.
"Have you ever been painted, Mrs. Ames?"
It was clear he was trying to
AVS
change the
Media
subject,
Demo.
but I had the feeling he would not respond well to being pressed. I would have to broach the topic another time. "As a child," I said, in answer to his question, "my mother had a portrait done." I had not enjoyed the experience at the time, sitting still for hours in a stiff gown of rose-coloured taffeta with an itchy lace collar.
"You should be painted now as a beautiful woman."
He said these things in an off-handed way, but I was not entirely convinced he was as innocent as he appeared. It certainly contributed to his charm, the seemingly careless way he showered one with compliments as though they were flower petals. Nevertheless, I wondered if it was all part of his carefully orchestrated persona. One could never be too careful with artists, after all.
"It would be nice to have your youth memorialized, don't you think?" he asked. "Time passes swiftly."
It was true, if a bit morbid. Nonetheless, I had never particularly desired to have my portrait painted, nor did now, shortly after a murder, seem an especially appropriate time to discuss such things. "I never thought much about it," I said lightly.
"I should love to paint you, Mrs. Ames, if you'd let me."
I hesitated. This conversation was not going at all as I had planned it. Somehow he looked as though my answer was important to him, and I did not think it would be right to dismiss the suggestion out of hand, especially if I hoped to gain more information from him in the future. "That's very kind of you. I shall have to think about it."
"I won't charge you for the portrait. It has been a very long time since I've seen someone that I wanted to paint."
"Oh, I would be happy to pay for it," I assured him, "only I'm not certain that I have brought anything proper to wear." He shook his head.
"No need for that. I'd much rather paint you in the nude."
My brows rose. "I beg your pardon?"
"Nude," he repeated without hesitation. "I can tell from the way your clothes hang that you have beautiful lines."
There was something very earnest about him, a straightforward intensity that left me at a loss as to how to respond. I was not sure whether I should be flattered or insulted. I knew it was common for artists' models to pose in the nude, but I also knew with some certainty that it was not at all de rigueur among society women. However, I felt almost sure he was not attempting to make an improper advance. The entire conversation was becoming so bizarre I was not quite sure how to respond. He seemed completely oblivious to my discomfort. He stepped closer, his eyes roaming me freely now. I felt vaguely as though I was a piece of meat in a market. His hand came up to my face and hovered there.
"May I?"
Without waiting for my response, he took my chin gently in his hand and turned it to the side. His finger traced the line of my jaw before his hand dropped, and he stepped back.
"Yes, you've lovely lines. Your facial structure is perfection."
"Thank you," I said, for lack of something better to say. Not only had I lost the reins on this particular conversation, they were flapping wildly in the wind where I had no hope of regaining them. He didn't seem to notice my hesitation, and was, in fact, gaining momentum. He stepped back, continuing to look me over, and I felt somehow that I no longer had any say in this. I had gone from a person to a subject.
"Now let me see where I could paint you. If it was summer, I would suggest in the garden, but the conservatory would be nearly as good, I think, where the light would play off your lovely alabaster skin, and of course your eyes are magnificent in bright light."
"Thank you," I said again, hoping to disentangle myself from this conversation, "but I'm afraid I shall have to think it over." My words seemed to bring him back from some faraway realm of artistry.
"Eh? Oh, yes, of course, but I do hope you'll let me do it. I'm sure your husband would love the portrait."
While I was quite sure that Milo had no objection to nudes in general, or a nude of me in particular, I was not about to strip naked in a deserted conservatory with a man who might possibly be a murderer. I will let you know," I said, ready to escape.
"Very well, but I do hope you'll consider it."
He turned then back to the painting of Isobel Van Allen, and I felt that I had been dismissed. It didn't seem to me that I would be getting any more information out of Gareth Winters at this point. Instead, he had managed to chase me away. As I moved with haste from the long gallery, I began to wonder if that had been his intention all along. Having had enough of conversation to last me for the moment, I went back to my room to read. Winelda was not there, and I intended to take advantage of the solitude. I sat in the chair closest to the fire and picked up The Dead of Winter. Truth be told, I did not have very high hopes that the book would divulge any great secrets. While it made for very interesting reading thus far, I had yet to find anything that might prove useful. Subtlety, after all, had not been Isobel Van Allen's strong suit, and I could not see that there were any secrets lurking beneath the surface of her lurid prose. It all seemed fairly straightforward to me. While Isobel likely had taken liberties with the facts, the characters she had drawn continued to accurately reflect the various personalities as I had seen them thus far. The gentleman meant to be Reggie was restless,
and uneasy, scarred by his experiences in the trenches of France, and still trying to regain his footing in a society that had changed while he was gone. The artist, meant to be Mr. Winters, was charming and vague, lost in a fog of drugs and a world of his own making. My former schoolmate Frida was reckless and grief-stricken in the years following the death of her fiancé. Philip Collins, the man who would eventually become her husband, pursued her with a subtle relentlessness and was just as dark and quietly menacing in fiction as he seemed to be in the flesh. I was relieved to find that Laurel played little part in the story. I had avoided reading the book when it had been released in part because I knew it would make me angry to see my cousin's name maligned. As it was, she was usually mentioned in passing. Isobel had retracted her clause where my cousin was concerned. The stormy romance between the character that represented Beatrice and the two gentlemen had begun to simmer by chapter 7. Beatrice's character was lovely, cold, and restrained, which was what made it all the more curious that both Edwin Green and Bradford Glen should have both fallen to fighting for her hand. Perhaps she had represented some sort of dream to the young men, her intangibility making her love seem like something to be attained at any cost. In any event, Isobel had done a fine job of creating an atmosphere of thwarted passion and growing resentment. It was clear very early on that she meant to cast Bradford Glen as the villain of the piece, for she presented him with a brooding nature that hinted things would not end well for those who crossed him. So absorbed was I in the book that I didn't hear Milo enter the room until he spoke.
"Hello, darling."
I didn't bother looking up. "Hello."
"Reading that book again?"
"Yes." I pulled my eyes reluctantly from the page. "How was your walk?"
"Cold and dull."
I glanced at the clock. Yes, I imagine nearly 2 hours out in the winter air might be.
Lindy is quite a tireless little thing.
"Milo." I hesitated, the words on my lips. There was a time not very long ago when I would not have wanted to speak plainly, to tell him how I really felt about the matter. As things stood between us now, I thought that I should be honest. "It won't do to make her fall in love with you, you know," I said softly. "It isn't fair. She doesn't know you don't mean half of what you say." He smiled, my concerns summarily dismissed.
"I have been the model of propriety."
"Your idea of propriety is not the same as other people's."
"I don't want anyone in love with me but you, darling."
"Yes, well, it's not you I'm concerned about."
"Let me assure you that Lucinda Lyons is perfectly aware of how mad I am about my wife."
He dropped a kiss on my lips and took the chair opposite me. I didn't intend to press the subject, at least not at the moment. Instead, I went back to reading my book.
"You're determined to finish that thing, I suppose?"
he said. "Yes, but it's much easier to do it in silence," I told him pointedly. He picked up a magazine that had no doubt been left by Winelda and began thumbing through it. I wondered if he meant to continue sitting there while I was trying to read.
"How did your chat with Mr. Winters go?"
he asked, his eyes on the page before him. "Oh, famously," I replied. "He wants to paint me."
"Naturally he does."
"Quite naturally. Au naturel, in fact." Milo's eyes came up from the magazine.
"Does he indeed?"
"Yes," I went on in a casual tone. "He thinks the light in the conservatory would highlight my alabaster skin."
"I don't doubt it,"
Milo said dryly. "He's a very unusual man," I said, closing the book. "I don't quite know what to make of him."
"Don't you?"
Milo replied.
"I think it's quite clear what he's about."
"Oh, I don't think he meant anything improper by it."
"Your naivety is quite adorable, my love. He must believe me to be a very accommodating husband.
Oh, yes, I said. He assured me that you'd love a portrait.
Milo smiled. Why would I need you on the wall when I have you in the bed?
I told him I'd consider it. I was not, of course, considering posing nude for Mr. Winters, but I didn't like Milo to think I was utterly predictable. He was unimpressed with my threats.
Well, do be careful you don't catch your death of cold. I'm sure the conservatory is very draughty this time of year. I frowned at him and went back to reading my book. A moment later, there was a tapping at the door, and Winelda entered, her expression disapproving.
Madam, that inspector is here again. He wants to see you.
14. I found Inspector Laszlo in the drawing room I had vacated not long ago. We greeted each other with a mutual lack of enthusiasm, and then, the formalities aside, he launched at once into the reason for his visit. "Just a few more questions for you, Mrs. Ames. I'm sure you won't mind." I felt there was a challenge in the question, but I was determined to be pleasant. "Not at all, Inspector. I'm happy to do whatever I can to bring the killer to justice." He studied me as though trying to determine my level of sincerity, and then went on. "The doctor says Miss Van Allen had been dead for less than an hour when you discovered her. I am trying to account for her movements, as well as the movements of others in the house before that time." I rather thought this was something he might have asked me yesterday, but I supposed he knew best how to do his job. "We, of course, did preliminary interviews with all the guests and servants yesterday," he said, as though he had read my thoughts. "But shock often affects memory, and so I've come to see if recollections are a bit clearer today." It was, I supposed, not a bad strategy. I grudgingly admitted to myself that he might be more competent than I had assumed. "When did you last see Miss Van Allen alive?" he asked. "I saw her after breakfast," I said. "Mr. Roberts was concerned because she had been ill the night before, and I went with him to her door to see if she was feeling better." "You're certain that she was alive at the time?" I repressed an exasperated sigh, as I was sure he knew perfectly well that she had been. No doubt he had already heard as much from Mr. Roberts. "Quite sure, Inspector," I said. "She came to the door and spoke to us for several minutes." "What was the conversation about?" "Nothing of consequence," I said, though I was not entirely sure that was true. There had been something odd in Isobel's manner, but nothing about the conversation had been especially telling. As I said, she had been ill the previous night, but she said she was feeling much better. "What was the nature of her illness?" he asked, and I thought there was a sudden sharpness in his gaze. "A stomach ailment, I believe. Gastritis, perhaps. Mr. Roberts told me she had been unwell all night." "Indeed." I wondered if he knew about the poison that Parks had seen in Mr. Roberts's room. Did it have some connection to the case? I wanted desperately to ask him, but I felt that if I showed any sign of interest, he would make a concerted effort to reveal nothing. "Mr. Roberts is her secretary, correct?" He asked this question very casually, and it seemed to me that he was testing me in some way. "And her lover, I believe," I said directly. He sat back in his chair. "And how did you come by this information?" I smiled sweetly. One need not be a detective, Inspector, to pick up on such things. My comment was, as I had hoped, not appreciated. Inspector Laszlo frowned. "They made their relationship plain to you?" "They did not, shall we say, make much effort to conceal it." To myself, I thought that if Inspector Laszlo had not already determined as much from his conversations with Mr. Roberts, he was not much of a detective. I suspected, however, that he was much cleverer than he pretended to be. Perhaps the ruse of denseness was meant to throw criminals off guard.
You have been involved in 2 murders in the past year, have you not? He asked, suddenly. The question was, I thought, meant to catch me off guard, but I had been expecting it since yesterday.
Yes.
Rather an unfortunate coincidence.
His tone implied it might be more than that, but I refused to be baited. Yes, tragic. We looked at one another expectantly. Luckily, it was at just this moment that Laurel came charging into the room.
Amory,
Oh, excuse me. Inspector Laszlo turned, and seeing my cousin, rose quickly to his feet.
Please don't let me disturb you, she said.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
A maid told me Amory had come this way, but I didn't know that she was speaking with you, Inspector Laszlo.
She smiled at him, and his demeanour relaxed perceptibly.
He was just questioning me about the other murders in my past, I said before he could reply.
Inspector Laszlo's mouth tightened ever so slightly.
Oh, yes, Laurel said sadly, walking a bit farther into the room. Poor dear Amory. It was so very trying for her, but she solved the cases, you know. She's very clever. Of course, I'm certain that you are handling this matter admirably, Inspector.
She smiled brightly at him. If I hadn't known better, I might have thought he flushed. The man was clearly smitten with my cousin. I began at once to determine how we might best use this to our advantage. However, it seemed Laurel was well ahead of me on that score. I know it's your duty to question everyone involved. Have you any other questions for me? She came and took a chair beside me without being invited. Inspector Laszlo looked momentarily as though he would like to object, but then he took his seat across from us.
I was just trying to determine Miss Van Allen's whereabouts leading up to the murder. Have you anything further to add, Miss Ellison? He asked.
Laurel shook her head.
Nothing more than what I told you yesterday. I hadn't seen Isobel since the night before it happened.
Well then, he said, I suppose that will be all for now. Mrs. Ames? Miss Ellison?
Thank you, Inspector. Laurel beamed at him. Please let us know if we can be of any further help.
We rose then, and Laurel and I went out of the room arm in arm.
You're rather a wonder, I said when we were out of earshot. You came to save me from that wretched man, and I am in your debt. She laughed. I know you could have managed him on your own, but there is no use prolonging your exposure to him if he annoys you.
You like him, I said, hoping it didn't sound like an accusation. She shrugged, but a smile pulled at her lips.
He's very earnest, very sure of himself. I find that attractive.
And how is Reggie holding up? I asked pointedly.
Dearest, you're not very subtle, are you? Reggie isn't well, but he hasn't been since the war. Not really. I'm afraid for him. I thought that Edwin Green's death might be too much for him, now that Isobel is dead too.
She sighed.
His nerves are shot all to pieces.
Do you think he might have done it? I asked. I knew Laurel's instinct would be to protest at once. Reggie was, after all, one of her oldest friends, and she would feel the desire to defend him. She was also just-minded, however, and she gave the question proper consideration.
I don't think so, she said at last. I don't really know him anymore. It's been so long since everything happened, but I don't think he would have done it.
He said at the dinner table that night that he would kill her before she wrote another book, I said quietly. I wondered if anyone had mentioned as much to Inspector Laszlo.
It was the type of thing people say when they're angry, Laurel said. He shouldn't have said it, but I don't think he meant it. Oh, I've thought about it, believe me. It isn't only that I like to think he is still the sweet, caring boy I knew so many years ago. I just don't know if he's capable of it. If he had done it, I don't think that he could have stabbed her. He can't bear the sight of blood. Surely he would have chosen some other way. If not Reggie, then who? I asked. I feel wretched speculating, she said, glancing around and lowering her voice, but I can't help but wonder if it might have been Beatrice. Any particular reason? I don't know, she said thoughtfully. It may be nothing more than that I think she is the type of woman who would be able to do it. It was not a very definite theory, but I supposed it was as good as any. Although I thought that the crime seemed more one of spontaneous fury than cold calculation, I could not rule out Beatrice Klein as a suspect. She had been very quick to point the finger at Mr. Roberts. Had she been trying to hide her own involvement? Do you think Beatrice had something to do with Edwin Green's death? I've thought about that, Laurel said, and I don't see why she would have wanted to. After all, she needn't have killed him to rid herself of him. She might just have rejected his suit and sent him on his way. If she did kill Isobel, I think it was not so much because of what Isobel was going to write, but because of what she already did. What do you mean? I think Beatrice took it very personally when Isobel wrote The Dead of Winter. It was, after all, insinuated that one man killed the other over her affections. Then Bradford killed himself, which seemed to confirm it. What happened between Beatrice and Bradford? I asked. This was something I had wondered about. They had obviously parted ways after the tragedy, so I assumed that Beatrice had not been in love with him. She never spoke with him again after it happened, so far as I know. I did wonder if she knew something about him that the rest of us didn't, for I remember that things seemed uneasy between them on the night Edwin died. It struck me that there was something in the way that she looked at him when she didn't know others were watching, warily, as though she didn't quite trust him. I wondered if she had been worried about what he might do to Edwin Green. Perhaps that was why she had wanted nothing further to do with him after Edwin's death. Another possibility occurred to me. Perhaps they had parted ways because her heart had been broken by Edwin's death, and she had not wished to pursue her flirtation with Bradford any further. Did she love Edwin, do you think? I asked. I don't think so, not deeply at any rate. After all, she married another man not 6 months after the scandal. I think she enjoyed their attentions, but I don't know that it was anything serious. Of course, I could be wrong. It was just so difficult to tell. Laurel was right. Beatrice was cool and calculating. I thought that she might easily be the kind of woman who would wait for her revenge. I was about to ask my cousin what she thought had become of the murder weapon when I was suddenly interrupted by a loud scream coming from somewhere upstairs. 15. Help! Someone help! Laurel and I rushed toward the stairs. As we reached the bottom, a maid appeared on the landing, wringing her hands. "He's fainted, madam," she said. "He came out of his room, pale as death, and fell on the floor. Oh, is he dead? I hope he's not dead." I rushed up the stairs, Laurel right behind me, and reaching the first floor was startled to see Mr. Roberts lying in the hallway outside of his door. The maid was right. His face was devoid of colour, and he was lying very still. I knelt beside him, a bit afraid of what I would find. I desperately hoped the past was not repeating itself, and I was immensely relieved to see that he was breathing. "Is he—" Laurel asked. "He's alive," I said. "He's just passed out." I leaned closer, patting his arm. "Mr. Roberts?" I said softly. "Can you hear me?" It seemed to me that his eyelids flickered ever so slightly, but his eyes did not open, and he did not stir. Inspector Laszlo must have heard the scream as well, for he appeared suddenly behind us before I had even heard his footsteps on the stairs. He knelt beside me and put a hand on Mr. Roberts's wrist. He looked up at Laurel, his expression grim.
"Someone had better ring for the doctor."
Inspector Laszlo and his sergeant managed to get Mr. Roberts back into his room and into his bed, though he had not yet regained consciousness. Having made sure the maid had done as bidden, Laurel and I went down to await the arrival of the doctor. "I do hope he's all right," she said. She looked at me, asking what was on both of our minds. "You don't suppose this has anything to do with Isabel's murder?" "I don't know. He's been terribly upset about her death. Perhaps he was merely overwrought. He's been ill and hasn't been eating, so perhaps that was it." "Do you really think so?" I sighed. "I wish I knew. I just hope that another tragedy doesn't befall us," she said. "I suppose I had better find Reggie before he hears of this and becomes alarmed. He doesn't need anything else upsetting him." The doctor arrived at last, and was ushered into Mr. Roberts's room. I followed him upstairs, wishing there was something more I could do. I hated it when there was nothing to be done but wait. I wondered briefly where Milo had taken himself off to this morning, but did not have long to ponder it. Inspector Laszlo came out a moment later. "Is Mr. Roberts all right?" I asked.
"He's regained consciousness," he said. "There doesn't seem to be any lasting damage."
I breathed a sigh of relief. Did he say what happened?
"He's been quite ill," Inspector Laszlo said tersely. "The doctor says he must be in need of fluids."
I frowned. Both he and Isobel had been ill. Was it possible that it had something to do with the murder? I reminded myself not to jump to conclusions. It was much more likely that they had both merely contracted the same illness. After all, they were in close contact with one another. Inspector Laszlo must have noticed my thoughtful silence, for he said,
"Is there something you would like to tell me, Mrs. Ames?"
I looked up at him. I knew our relationship had not gotten off to the best start, but perhaps there was still time to mend it. I heard that there was poison discovered in Mr. Roberts's room. His brows rose.
"Did you? Where did you hear that?"
"The servants talk," I said. "One of them saw it." His face went suddenly blank, and I thought for a moment he was not going to say anything else. Then he sighed.
"There was a vial of what was thought to be poison in Mr. Roberts's room, but it was not what caused either Miss Van Allen or Miss Roberts to be ill."
"How do you know?" I pressed.
"Because the poison in his room was cyanide. The symptoms are not consistent. Death would have been nearly instantaneous if taken in any significant quantities, and the vial appears to be full."
That was certainly a good reason. It raised a number of other questions, however. "Why would he have such a thing in his possession?" I asked, forgetting in my excitement that Inspector Laszlo would likely be unreceptive to my questions. He seemed to make note of my eagerness, but answered nonetheless.
"A very good question, and one you can be sure I asked him. He claims they used cyanide as a fumigant on the ship they took from Africa, and he obtained a vial to use for similar purposes, as he had heard Lyonsgate had long been uninhabited."
"What a ridiculous lie. That seems rather unlikely," I said.
"Indeed," he replied, "but not something you should concern yourself with, Mrs. Ames."
"Oh, certainly not," I replied quickly. He looked at me as though he was not at all fooled, and I wondered again if I had underestimated Inspector Laszlo.
"I'm going to go speak to my sergeant. Perhaps you had better have some tea and rest after your ordeal this morning."
I managed to bite my tongue in the face of his patronizing manner and offer him a tight smile as he walked away. The encounter had left me with more questions than answers. I did not for a moment believe Mr. Roberts had possessed the poison for fumigation purposes. Nevertheless, the fact remained that Isobel Van Allen had not been poisoned to death. Whatever the cyanide had really been meant for, it had not been put to use. I found it hard to believe that Mr. Roberts had possessed it for some nefarious purpose. He seemed a harmless, confused young man, and I hoped that he would be able to recover from all of this and have a happy life. I hoped the doctor was giving him a thorough examination and could help him with whatever ailment he had. Was it, I wondered suddenly, the same doctor who had been called to the scene of Edwin Green's death? If so, this might provide an ideal opportunity to speak to him. I went to the door of Mr. Roberts's room and stood outside. Unfortunately, Winelda had been correct. The wood was much too solid to hear anything going on inside. I could not even discern the sound of voices. It was not that I wanted to eavesdrop upon the details of Mr. Roberts's ailment. Though I was concerned about him, I had no wish to invade his privacy in that matter. However, I did want a chance to talk to the doctor. I wondered when he would come out. I didn't want to miss him, but I also wondered how I could approach him without seeming overly curious. I stepped back, wondering what I should do next. I decided to hover about in the hallway and see if he made an appearance. I would think of some plausible reason for wanting to speak with him. I was rewarded for my patience a few moments later when the door opened and a tall, stout gentleman stepped into the hallway. I approached him at once. "I beg your pardon. Are you the doctor?" He turned, surveying me in a practised glance from dark eyes beneath bushy brows. "Yes?" "I wonder if I might have a word with you." "Certainly. How may I help you?" Despite his reassuring words, he looked at me a bit warily, though I couldn't quite blame him. Lyonsgate seemed to make people uneasy. Besides, I had been hovering outside the door waiting to pounce, and I was afraid I had not been very subtle about it. I'm not feeling very well. I wonder if I could have a moment of your time." It was not, in fact, a lie. I wasn't feeling at all well. Though I hadn't wanted to admit it, even to myself, I did not feel entirely recovered from the ordeal of finding Miss Van Allen's body. I had not slept well since, and there was a continual dull ache in my head that I did my best to ignore. "Certainly," he said. "Thank you. My room is this way." I led him to my bedroom, and he closed the door behind us, setting his bag upon a table near the door. "Inspector Laszlo tells me that Mr. Roberts has regained consciousness," I said. "Will he be all right?" "He seems to be feeling better. He needs rest and fluids. I'll come back around tomorrow to check on him. What can I help you with?" "I'm sorry to have troubled you. I just thought that, while you were here—" "No trouble at all, Mrs. Ames."
"Mrs. Ames. My name is Dr. Jarvis. What seems to be the trouble?"
"Oh, it's hard to say specifically," I said. "I just have been feeling a trifle under the weather. I'm very tired and my head aches a bit." It seemed that his gaze became a bit sharper.
"Have you had any stomach trouble?"
"No," I said. "My stomach has been fine."
"Dizziness?"
"No."
He appeared to be losing interest. "Is your throat sore?"
"No, my throat isn't troubling me." I decided, since my time with the doctor would no doubt be limited, that I had better be direct. "It was dreadful about Miss Van Allen."
"Yes," he said non-committally. "Have you had a fever?"
"I don't think so. It was very dreadful for me because, you see, I was the one who found her." A bit of sympathy fought its way to the surface of his expressionless face.
That must have been very difficult for you, he said.
Yes, I've been quite troubled by it. This was not a lie either, though I allowed a slightly exaggerated note of distress to creep into my tone. If he thought I was a hysterical female, so be it.
This could be the source of your difficulties. Such a thing can affect one profoundly, very trying to the nerves, you know. The best thing for it is to get plenty of rest. Have you had trouble sleeping?
Yes, I answered honestly.
Would you like me to prescribe you a sedative?
No, I don't think so, but perhaps if I could just talk to you for a few moments.
Certainly, he said kindly. Would you like to tell me about it?
Well, I went to her room to speak with her and found her on the floor. I didn't realize she was dead at first. I thought perhaps she had fallen and hit her head or some such thing, for there was a glass on the floor beside her. It seemed to me that she might have been taken ill while drinking her wine.
Indeed.
There was something guarded about this response, as though he found the information interesting but didn't want me to know, and he looked into his bag as though searching for something. It seemed that I would have to press on. I understand that this is not the first time that someone has died tragically at Lyonsgate, I said sadly. He looked up at me.
What do you mean?
There was a death here several years ago.
Oh, yes, he said brusquely. Edwin Green, I suppose you mean.
Yes. I suppose you were called out here at that time, too. I wondered if my pressing for information would seem too obvious, but I could really see no other way to get the information I was searching for.
No, I wasn't the doctor here then. That was Dr. Brockhurst.
Oh, I said, a bit deflated. It had been my hope that he would be able to give me a first-hand account of Edwin Green's death. Now it seemed that I had exaggerated my symptoms to no effect. There was still the off chance I might be able to learn something useful, but I was not optimistic. Perhaps if I could speak to this Dr. Brockhurst. He moved away after the scandal occurred, I suppose, I said casually.
No such thing. He still lives in the village. Retired, you might say, though he still sees patients from time to time. Some of his older patients haven't taken to me. 6 years, and I'm considered a newcomer.
I see. So you weren't living in the village at the time of Edwin Green's death?
No, I remember reading about it in the papers, of course. I was hesitant to take a job here, I don't mind telling you. I don't hold with scandal. But things have been fairly quiet. Until now, at least. But you'd best not think too much about it, Mrs. Ames. If you start to feel troubled, drink a glass of brandy.
It seemed he would be of no further use to me at the moment. Thank you, Doctor. There was a perfunctory tap at my door, and Milo came into the room.
I hear there has been some excitement. Oh, excuse me, he said, his eyes moving from me to the doctor and back again. Dr. Jarvis, sir? The doctor said, You are Mr. Ames? Yes. I wonder if I might have a word with you in the hallway.
Milo's eyes came back to me, and then he nodded.
Of course.
Dr. Jarvis turned to me.
Make sure you get plenty of rest, Mrs. Ames, and take the brandy if you feel that you need it.
Thank you, Doctor. He hesitated on the threshold. Then, seemingly afraid I might seek a second opinion, he added,
Dr. Brockhurst is in Italy just now. Must be lovely there this time of year.
Milo shot me a significant look, refusing to let me forget that we had exchanged a holiday in Italy for this dismal trip to Lyonsgate. Then the gentleman went out and I breathed a disappointed sigh. Dr. Jarvis had not been at all helpful. To make matters worse, the doctor who had been called to the scene of Edwin Green's death was away on holiday. I wondered if it would be possible to find anyone else in the village who would be willing to share their recollections of the incident. A few minutes later, Milo came into the room and shut the door behind him. What was that about? I asked.
The doctor said your nerves are in a most fragile state and that I should treat you delicately, Milo said sceptically. You've clearly been lying to him. I laughed. He prescribed brandy and sedatives. He seems to think I will feel much better if I am nearly unconscious. Speaking of unconsciousness, I hear that there has been some trouble with Mr. Roberts.
He lost consciousness in the hallway. It was very alarming.
And you were so distraught that you needed to speak to the doctor, I suppose.
Something of that nature. He raised a brow and waited for me to continue. I wanted to know about Edwin Green's death, I admitted with a sigh, but he was not the doctor at the time, so he was of very little use to me.
How unfortunate. Let us hope he was at least of use to Mr. Roberts, who was actually in need of his attentions.
I made a face. You needn't make it sound as though I callously stole the doctor's attentions. Mr. Roberts is going to be fine. I would not have called Dr. Jarvis away if I felt that it would be detrimental to Mr. Roberts's health.
Well, that's reassuring.
Yes, I replied, refusing to be baited. I'm very glad that Mr. Roberts is going to be all right, but I do wonder...
Wonder what?
I wonder if it's a coincidence that Isobel and Mr. Roberts both became ill.
Amory?
Yes, I know. It's none of my concern. As Milo had begun to assume his exasperated face, I decided it was best to let the subject drop for the present. That did not mean, however, that I intended to forget about it. 16. Dinner that night was a strained affair. We were all of us, I thought, a bit demoralized by Mr. Roberts's illness. There was an atmosphere of oppression that seemed to steadily grow the longer we stayed at Lyonsgate. It seemed as though the house was closing in on us. I was not the only one who felt it. Laurel leaned toward me as we went into dinner. I do wish we didn't have to stay here any longer. But I can't leave Reggie to bear all of this alone. Beatrice is not in the least sympathetic, and Lindy cares only for men and horses. Reggie needs me as much as I should like to get away. I knew the feeling. Truth be told, I was sorely tempted to accept Milo's suggestion that we escape to Italy. I didn't feel, however, that I could leave now, not with everything unresolved. I certainly didn't want to leave Laurel to deal with the matter herself. As capable as she was, I knew how disheartening it was to face things alone. So Laurel would stay for Reggie, I would stay for Laurel, and we would all just wait and see what might happen next. It was a relief when the meal was over and I was able to go back to my room. Laurel went up with me and we talked in hushed voices as we walked along the shadowy hallways. I felt vaguely as though we were heroines in some Gothic novel, if only the villain would commence twisting his moustache and laughing maniacally. It would make things so much easier. We stopped at Laurel's door. We were anxious to discuss the murder, but also very tired. There would be plenty of time for commiserating and conspiring tomorrow. Laurel opened the door to her room, but didn't go in at once. There's got to be a way to find out who's done this. Only I worry. She looked at me. What if the truth is worse than not knowing? I suppose we must cross that bridge when we come to it, I said. She nodded wearily. Yes, you're right. One day at a time. Yes, perhaps a good night's rest will give us clearer heads. I hope so. I'm exhausted, but I feel as though I shan't sleep a wink. I knew very well how she felt. I had not been sleeping at all well myself. Well, good night, Amory. Good night. I went to my room and found the fire crackling brightly in the hearth. Everything was still and quiet. I had given Winelda the night off. I had meant for her to get rest, but I had little doubt that she was somewhere gossiping with the household staff. I prepared for bed, changing into a pair of silk pajamas. Even with the fire roaring in the fireplace, the cold left me wishing I had something more along the lines of thick flannel. As quickly as possible, I ensconced myself within the bedclothes. Milo was having an after-dinner drink with the gentlemen, so I would have a few moments of peace to read. I picked up the book again. It was certainly rife with juicy tidbits, and I could see why it had caused such a furore. Nevertheless, it had not been exactly enlightening as far as containing possible motives for murder. I flipped to the beginning of the next chapter and began to read. I had taken to substituting their real names for the pseudonyms Isobel had given them. It was much easier that way. After a few paragraphs, I sat up. This passage was particularly interesting. I started reading quickly and then forced myself to slow down so I could absorb the details. It seemed that there was something here that might be important. I didn't know how exactly, but something told me this was a piece of the puzzle not to be overlooked. The torrid affair between Beatrice, Edwin, and Bradford was coming to a head. In the novel, the characters meant to be Bradford and Beatrice had arranged to meet in her room after the house was asleep. The reason for the secrecy of their rendezvous was not exactly clear to me. Given the rather open nature of the relationships occurring at Lyonsgate, I could only assume Isobel had wanted to add an additional element of tension to the novel. It appeared to have been an effective strategy, for I was drawn into the scene at once. It was nearly 2 o'clock in the morning, and the house was silent save the creaking of its ancient beams as the wind screamed and clawed at those warm and safe within its walls. Bradford slid from the bed and moved into the corridor as quickly as he dared. Already it was very late. Beatrice might think he wasn't coming, and he couldn't bear the thought of a lonely princess waiting in her tower. He made his way down the dark passages, careful to avoid the squeaking boards that ached to betray his secrets with each footfall. With every step, he felt the beat of his heart increase, and his breath quicken in anticipation. He reached her room and tapped softly on her door, his hand trembling. There was no sound from within, only the heavy silence of the darkened passageway in which he stood. Overcome with emotion, he flung open the door and moved into her bedroom without waiting for a response. There she was, standing before the fireplace. She wore no negligee, and her nightgown was thin and translucent. The light from the fire glowed through, illuminating the outline of her beautiful body. It was as though she was swathed in flame. Desire surged through him, and something more, love so deep it hurt. He stood, frozen and speechless, looking at her. She turned slowly, as though she had not been waiting for him at all, as though she barely knew that he was there. He always felt that way, as though she were some sort of mirage he could never quite touch. Whenever she was in his arms, he wondered how it was that he had come to be worthy of her. Wordlessly, he rushed toward her, anxious to feel the warmth of her against him, to be enveloped in her flame. It was only when she resisted being pulled into his arms that he realized something was wrong. "What is it?" he asked, in a breathless whisper. "It's never going to work between us, Bradford." Beatrice's face was drawn and quite white, and Bradford knew at once that this was not one of the games she liked to play. He felt himself grow cold as he looked at her, as though something inside him was beginning to die, the fire withering to embers. "What do you mean?" "Well, we've had our fun, haven't we? We have enjoyed one another's company, but these kinds of things never last." He stepped back, reeling. "Don't say such things. You mustn't say such things."
I'm sorry."
Her voice was cool and hard, and she didn't sound sorry. She sounded as though she couldn't wait to be rid of him. He couldn't believe it. He felt momentarily numb, dumbfounded, and then a surge of a new kind of heat. Hot fury, as another thought occurred to him. Somehow he knew exactly what it was.
"It's Edwin, isn't it? Tell me the truth."
He sounded like a madman to his own ears, but he didn't care. He had been sure she loved him, sure that they were going to be together, and now this? She looked back at him, those brown eyes he had always loved, that he had seen as brimming with warmth and laughter, were suddenly flat and dark, with hidden secrets. He felt in that moment that he could kill her. It was not a meaningless thought born of anger and sweeping quickly through him. It was like a sudden weight in his chest, bearing down on him, crushing the life from his heart. It was real, pure hatred, totally consuming the love he had felt only a moment ago, and he clenched his fists to keep himself from putting them around her long, white neck.
"You look rather as though you're enjoying that," Milo said.
I hadn't heard him come in from his room. He stood in the doorway of the bathroom in his nightclothes and dressing gown. "It's rather tawdry stuff," I said, "but there's something very interesting about this."
"Indeed?"
He did not sound at all convinced. "Yes, listen to this." I read aloud to Milo the passage I had just read, and then continued on. She was saying something, but somehow he couldn't hear what it was. It was as though he were underwater.